Frank. This meeting of the Richlands Town Council will now come to order. Please let us stand for the invocation and the pledge. Yeah, as soon as they can, they quieten down out there. All right, here we go. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for the opportunity, again, to be here tonight to pray in your honor and in the service of those we serve, those in the town, those out of the town, everybody we affect. We especially want to ask your grace and your peace on our town manager, Ron Holt, in the loss of his dad. Those are devastating times, and we have great feelings for him. We pray for everybody's peace and comfort, and all those who are suffering, we pray for their comfort. Even though we're not in church, life is always like church, and we are so grateful for it. In Christ Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Council, we have before us an agenda, and I'll wait till he gets in here. Come in, everybody. Come on in. You're fine. Okay, we have before us an agenda. And the first thing, we always call for additions and deletions to the agenda. We have several additions. I would like to clarify one thing. I was speaking with Karen Patton as I went back to eat my dinner, and she said she had called the town hall to be placed on scheduled public comments, but I didn't see her name on here. And the difference is 2 minutes. And so I would like to ask, did anybody, she said she spoke to someone at the front end, it doesn't matter. Not here to place blame, we're here just to help people. So with council's permission, may we add her to the scheduled public hearing?
Yes.
Or public comment, sorry.
Yeah.
All right, so Karen, I'm going to add you. It's 5 minutes, okay? That's Karen Patton. Things happen. We're going to call that human. Thank you, ma'am. Karen Patton will be under Roman numeral 7. All right, now, Amanda Baylor, our clerk, asked that we remove some of the minutes because they're simply not ready. On Roman numeral 6, if you look down 3 bullets, for anyone who has an agenda handy, the September 9th, 2025 regular scheduled meeting minutes. Next bullet, September 23rd, 2025 special call meeting financial planning workshop. Please remove that. Next bullet, September 23rd, 2025 public hearing minutes. Please remove it. September 23rd, 2025 special called meeting minutes. Now we have some other requests, and we'll entertain those now, members of council. Seth, you have a request?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Under Section 6, we call it, I guess, A or B or whatever.
That works, 6A.
Yeah. Can you add a executive closed session, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiation in regards to a potential contract with the teen center?
Let me get that again, Seth. 2.2
Yes.
dash,
3711A6.
thank you. Contract negotiations regarding team venture.
Yes.
Okay, let me make sure I got that right. All right, are there any other additions to the agenda? Members of council?
Under agenda items, I would like the first bullet point to be, actually, we'll do the second bullet point because our EMS and police department are here, and I don't want to disrespect them. So let's do our second bullet point for teen venture presentation, please.
All right, did everybody get that? Under Roman numeral 9, the second bullet, right behind recognition of Richlands EMS and Richlands PD team venture presentation. Okay. Now, I've had a request, and I'll defer to, hold on, there are other changes here too. Chief Holt has requested that on the Roman numeral 9, RFP for energy consulting services, it's the last bullet on the first page, and then on the next page, top bullet, RFP for utility attorney, that those be moved to executive closed session, which is Roman numeral 15, and we're going to add those under Virginia Code section, make sure I get it right, Mike, 2.2-3711A6. Is that correct? So I'm going to make a note, a physical note here. IAP Energy Consulting. All right, and then the next one is RFP for utility attorney, right? All right, to make it very clear, those executive sessions, we're removing two agenda items, RFP for energy consulting services and RFP for utility attorney to Roman numeral 15 executive closed session. And both of those will come under code section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations. Any other additions or deletions to the agenda, members of council? Okay, now I've also been asked to have two votes here, so I will ask, I think it's okay, but I want to ask Mike. Mike, we have a member of council who would like to vote with, with the contract negotiation, Roman numeral 6A, closed session, and then another vote with and without it. Your suggestion, please.
I think that just depends on who makes the motion and how that is worded. If you would like to make that motion and word it without that one change, I think that's your motion to make.
Mr.
Is
Mayor, I
there
make a
any
motion
way
to
to-
approve the agenda.
I'm sorry, I was speaking. Is there any way to separate it and vote on it separately, I guess is what I'm asking.
What I was saying, if you want to make the motion and don't include that one change, however you fashion the motion, then that would exclude whatever you would want to exclude.
Laura, I think I understand what you're asking. I want to make sure I'm deferring to you. I think the motion would be, whichever council person makes it, to read the changes, excluding or including whatever that you want. Yes,
I have
sir?
a suggestion. Let me just make my motion to
Yes.
add that one thing, then she can do a second motion to add everything else.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to add to item number 6A, would be an executive closed session, 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiation to discuss a potential contract with Team Venture.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And the other, Seth, just to be clear.
Just
yeah,
this,
list
that's
the
just for
others,
this,
okay.
and you can make another motion.
Okay. All right, so this motion includes approval of the agenda, including only, I'm trying to get it right. So for the record, I follow what you're saying. Roman numeral 6A plus, if you go on the back, we're voting on the whole thing, except for the one that's in question. And we're going to add to the executive session, those two.
Yes.
You follow? Okay. So this motion, if I'm getting it right, please correct me. We're doing a motion that includes the executive session immediately following approval of the minutes. And then we'll also include on this motion to add Karen Patton to schedule public comments. We're also going to include on this motion the two deletions and additions, deletions from the agenda and regular agenda to executive closed session for energy consulting and RFP for utility attorney.
Yes, sir.
So this is for the whole thing. This isn't just for your closed session.
But then you can do your motion next. It does the same thing. It separates out everything except for that.
No, it's separating out
Okay,
everything except for
Mr. Mayor,
mine.
just do exactly what I said, which was just add that one item, not the others.
Okay, what we're voting on, to be clear here, I follow what is that being asked. What we're voting on is an amendment to the agenda That includes, for this vote, this motion only, the amendment to the agenda
6A.
6A, closed session for 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations with Team Venture.
Yes.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion made by Seth and a second made by Jordan. Is there any discussion on this motion?
I'm just going to explain why I'm voting no for everyone, because before this meeting took place, one of our council members went to Teen Venture to negotiate without the rest of us. So what you're about to see is us walk in there to hear what that discussion was. I don't think it's fair, and I think the public has a right to see it.
So what she's accusing me of is negotiating, which is not what we did. We had a conversation to try to resolve an issue that's a problem in our community, and I think everybody in this room can agree that we need to try to find some kind of common ground to work through that.
So let's do it publicly.
That's fine, but there are things that we need to discuss privately. That's why you have executive session. And then we can come back out here and I'll vote for your motion to have a public discussion as well. But when you're having a contract negotiation, and Mike can speak up, but the law allows us under contract negotiations to take those into executive closed session.
Yeah, anytime you go into executive closed session, you have to have a code section that references that, and that would be under 2.2-3711A6.
The law allows it, but it doesn't require us to do it. There's already been a number discussed with Teen Venture today before, and we're in pending litigation, are we not?
There was a number discussed with Teen Venture a year ago.
Was there a number discussed today?
We had a conversation about previous conversations that we had. And I will also say that I did not speak to someone who was on their board. I had a conversation with community members. That is a complete different situation.
You spoke to a third party who relayed the information back, is that correct?
I don't know if the information got relayed. I don't know that. I'm just saying that I had a conversation with a community member who is concerned. But no, hold
Go
on,
ahead,
Mayor.
go ahead, go
I
ahead.
just
Sorry.
don't like being accused of doing something. We have a job here to represent everybody in this community. And I'll be the first to tell you that, and we'll have a chance to talk about this. But the reason that we got to the place that we got to with Teen Venture, where there were some things going on that shouldn't have went on. You know, I'm not casting dispersion on anybody in this room, but a director was arrested, convicted, charged. Those things happen. That's realistic. That's reality. That happened. Those were things that going on. And that's how we got to this point, because we tried to come up with a resolution to deal with those things. I don't agree with everything Teen Venture's done, but I will tell you that I was there, just like Randy was, Dr. Willis, and some of these other folks in the very beginning. I was here before the beginning. Dr. Harrison and I discussed Teen Venture many times before, when it was just a thought or an idea. So I've always tried to come up with a resolution that works. But there were problems at Teen Venture. There were a lot of problems. And there may be. But what I'm saying is we have a job up here. If we can resolve an issue without having a fight and without going to court or something else, I think that's our responsibility to do that. You know, I was very clear that I am one vote, but I will take the concerns that they have back to this council, which is what I'm asking to do, so that we can discuss it to see if there's a possibility that we can come to an agreement. If there's not, then we move on. That's fine. But that's what we're here to do, is try to solve problems.
Yeah, I completely agree. The crappy thing is that it's already been decided here. I mean, let's just be real
There has
about it.
been no vote
And we're
taken.
going in there to talk about it rather than letting the public see this conversation. So it's okay. I'll get outvoted. The cheese has stood alone many a time, and I'm not scared to do it tonight because I'll always stand up for what's right. But the public has a right to see it without us going in there.
But you're making an argument out of something that doesn't have to be an argument.
Completely agree. I think that we all already know what we're going to talk about in there, and that the public has a right to see it. I'm fine with having that conversation out here. I'm going to talk about it when I do the Teen Venture presentation anyway, of how we're going in there. I think the public has a right to see this conversation.
But you can't talk about something that we discuss in a closed session.
Well, it's not illegal. You guys can censure me for it, but it's not illegal. And you've already talked about it with what you just said was a concerned citizen.
That is
So,
not,
did
you're
you-
misrepresenting what I said,
Did you
Laura.
talk to a citizen about what we're going to talk and hear about?
No, I listened to their ideas, and we had a brainstorming session to try to find a way to resolve this that would work for them, that would work for the town. And all I said is that I can take that back to everyone and try to come to a resolution. I am one vote on this council. I don't know if I can make that happen or not, but if I can, I think it's the right thing to do.
I agree to find a resolution, but I also agree since some citizens already know about it, they all should. So,
Any further discussion? Members of council? Okay. There's a motion on the floor and a second. Motion by Seth, second by Jordan. So is there any further discussion on this motion before I ask for a roll call vote? Okay. Maybe a roll call vote, please, Amanda.
Yes. Okay, Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
yes.
and Laura.
No.
Motion carries. Now, is there a second motion to approve anything else on this agenda?
I'll make the motion to approve the remaining amendments to the agenda.
All right.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I want to read those to be clear what we're doing. We have motions to, we've already approved the closed session, which is Roman numeral 6A. Now we have a motion to include Karen Patton under scheduled public comments. And we have a motion to add under Roman numeral 9, bullet 2, it'll be the second bullet after the recognition of Richlands EMS and Richlands PD team venture presentation. And then turning to the back, well, under Roman numeral 9, we're going to, under agenda items, the last bullet on the first page, which is RFP for energy consulting services, and the first bullet on the next page, RFP for utility attorney. We're going to move those per request of Chief Holt, Town Manager Holt, to Roman numeral 15. We're going to move those to executive closed session to read it very clearly for the record, for RFP for energy consulting and RFP for utility attorney to be held under Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6 contract negotiations. So there's a motion made by Laura and a second made by Seth. Am I correct, members of council? Okay. All right, there's a motion and a second on the floor regarding the approval of the agenda. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Okay, Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
Thank you, council. It is unanimous. We now have an agenda that we can work with. All right, so we have Roman numeral 5, pardon me, I'm very sorry. Is there anyone who wishes to speak under unscheduled public comments? That's 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Give me your name, please. Erica Galloway. All right, and anyone else who wishes to speak under unscheduled public comments? Okay. Anyone else? Pardon my mistake. I will ask for another motion to approve this agenda with the addition of Erica Galloway, please.
If we're going to do that, may we move her to scheduled as well, just so she's got 5 minutes? She's from the library.
It's up to council. Council okay with 5 minutes for Erica?
Sure.
Okay, so we're going to add you, Erica, under Roman numeral 7, right after Karen Patton, Erica Galloway. It's 5 minutes, Erica. And my apologies to council. All right, so is there a motion to approve the addition of Erica Galloway under Roman numeral 7, scheduled public comments?
So moved.
Jordan makes the motion, a second.
Second.
Any discussion on this motion? Second by Laura, motion made by Jordan. Any discussion? Hearing none, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Okay, Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan, and Laura.
Yes.
Motion carries. Now we have an agenda we can work with. Thank you. Thank you,
Mayor.
members of council.
Mayor, and
Yes.
if I could, Karen, I'm sorry. I saw that email come across with your request, and I'm not sure how it didn't get onto the agenda. I wasn't here last week. I had some issues I had to work through personally, but I do apologize for that. Just want to let you know, ma'am. Sorry.
Thank you, Ron. No problem. I call that human.
Yes, sir.
2 eyes, 2 ears, nose, mouth, we're all human. Thank you. All right, here we go. So, first off, authorization to pay the bills, Roman numeral 5. We have a check register with us. Are there any questions about the bills? Ronnie is here. Members of council. Anyone? Questions? Okay.
I'll make a motion to pay the bills.
Laura makes the motion to pay the bills. Is there a second? Second. Jordan has a second. Any discussion on this motion to pay the bills? All right, we have a motion to authorize the manager to pay the bills. Motion and a second. Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, council. It is unanimous. Now, we're looking at Roman numeral 6 minutes. We're looking to approve the minutes from September the 9th, 2025 for the joint public hearing, the minutes of September the 9th, 2025 for the public hearing, and the last bullet is September 25th, 2025, the special call meeting minutes.
Motion
Have
to
you-
approve, Mr. Mayor.
Seth has the motion to approve these
Second.
minutes. And Laura has the second. Is there any discussion on these minutes? Motion to approve the minutes.
Mayor, I need to sustain from the first two, September 9th, the joint public hearing, and the September 9th public hearing, where I was absent.
Okay. Is council acceptable to Gary's abstention?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to approve the minutes and a second. Is there any further discussion? Thank you, Gary. Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Okay. Seth?
Yes.
Gary? Just for the one set?
He's abstaining.
Special call meeting, yes.
Yeah, just for the one.
Yeah, for the one, okay?
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes. Yes.
The motion carries. Thank you. Now we are on Roman numeral 6A to go into closed session regarding a contract negotiation with Team Venture for Code Section 2.2-3711A6. Is there a motion to go into executive closed session?
So move, Mr. Mayor.
Seth has the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Jordan has the second. Is there any discussion on this motion to go into executive closed session?
I'm going to vote no on this. I've got no choice but to go in there at respect of me clearly about to be outvoted. But the public has a right to see what we're about to say. We'll be out in just a moment, though.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this motion before we take a vote? Hearing no further discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
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 Yes. No.
Okay, we will go into executive closed session. Thank you, council. Gary has a second. We're coming back into open session because we were in executive session for code section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations with Team Venture. There's a motion and a second to come back into open session. Any discussion on this motion? Here for no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Just to verify, it was Jan and then Seth, right? For the motion.
Seth had the motion and
I second.
and Gary had the second. Is that correct?
Oh, gotcha, sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, all right, Seth?
All right, yes.
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
The motion is unanimous. Thank you. Now, is there a motion to certify that nothing was discussed in executive session other than Code Section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations with Team Venture, and to certify that our attorney, Mike Thomas, was not present when Dr. Harrison, Dr. Glenn Harrison, was in executive session with us? By voting aye, you are certifying that everything we're doing is in compliance with the law. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Seth has the motion. Is there a second? There is a second to certify. I will repeat it very carefully for the minutes, that we're certifying that nothing was discussed in executive session other than Code Section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations with Team Venture, and that our town attorney, Mike Thomas, was not present when Dr. Glenn Harrison was invited into the session with us. Any discussion on this motion?
Amanda, can you just make sure that it's in the minutes that Mike stepped out when Dr. Harrison went in?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, further discussion? Hearing none, may we have a roll call vote, please? We're certifying.
Yes, okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Thank you, council. We are in completely open session now. We've certified. Is there any action council wishes to take at this time?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to authorize Town Manager Ron Holt to execute an agreement with Team Venture by October 31st, subject to legal review, a lease purchase agreement.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Jordan has a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
I took an oath to the citizens of Richlands based on the price. I have to vote no.
So motion carries 4-1. Please let the record reflect. Is any of the action council wishes to take at this time? Having no action, I declare a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Oh, everybody set? Okay, ready? Okay. Council is now back in session. Excuse me, I'm sorry. We are now on Roman numeral 7, scheduled public comments. We have 2, Karen Patton and then Erica Galloway. Karen, we'll have you first, please. Karen, it's a 5-minute time limit, and Jordan will keep the time for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I do appreciate it. My name is Karen Patton. I live at 2304 4th Street, and my issue is 18-wheelers in a residential area. Last year I talked to Jason May, and then they stopped, but I didn't realize they were through working. So they were back again this year. I talked to Mr. Holt, and apparently there is no ordinance. So I'm on behalf of the neighborhood. I have about 70 signatures here, and we would like to incorporate the Virginia Code 46.2-1304 about the weight limit in that area and stop them. We do not want to incorporate this on Rockbridge Avenue because the Tabernacle has a camper area, and some of those campers go in there from that end of 4th Street to Rockbridge, but the rest of the area, we would like to incorporate this 46.2-1304. I do have copies of the signatures.
Thank you, Karen.
Do you want the weight limit, or do you want ATVs out of the neighborhood?
This is not 18, this is the 18-wheelers.
Oh, 18-wheelers.
18-wheelers, the huge monsters.
Thank you.
They're tearing up our roads. I've lived there for 51 years. I can recall one time we've had a nice paved road. We've not had that in about 15 years or longer, and they're gonna be tearing it up. So, not to mention the safety hazard. These trucks are not stopping at some of the stop signs. They will come in off the gravelled area onto the Fairfax without stopping, and it's a nuisance. It's a hazard to children and people walking. So,
I'm a neighbor. I can attest to it. So, Ron, how should council approach this? And Mike, it's an ordinance changes, I'm assuming.
Where is this?
4th Street, at 4th and Fairfax.
and that whole neighborhood down and through there, with the exception of Rockbridge and the 4th Street that runs from Floyd over to Rockbridge because of the camping area there for the Tabernacle.
The majority of these vehicles are going to Fraser Automotive. Oh. That's my,
That is correct.
right. So that's the only business in that area.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, so the majority of these commercial vehicles are traveling to Fraser Automotive, which is the only business in that area. It's my understanding that periodically through the year that he has an agreement with, I guess, an outside company. They do business on the lot. I don't think it's necessarily business at Fraser, but he allows them to use the lot, maybe sublets the lot. And we can bring more information back to council so that council can have an informed decision
Absolutely.
about what it would, what type of impact it would have on the community and the business, and then you could discuss it. Obviously, we work with the bill, so.
Ken, is it, I don't know, I'm familiar with the Frasers. Is it possible, can those trucks turn onto Tower Street? Tower Street's the one right behind Cornerstone Church, I'm just asking. Something to consider.
I think some do. Yeah, I mean, there's a mixture. I think it depends on truck length.
There's
Question.
actually a paved area right behind the Cornerstone Church that they could come up without having to go through the neighborhood, without tearing up our nice pavement that we have so far, and danger to children. It is a real danger to the children, because they play basketball down there on their street. People walk in the area with their pets, so it is a real danger.
Well, I know we have
And not
another,
only that, but it's almost at nighttime. I've got a video that it's almost dark, and one of those 18-wheelers is going through there at dark. And last year, I think they started at 7 o'clock on the Sunday morning. So it's noisy, dangerous.
well, I know there's another business owner who's not here tonight, but he has a tractor trailer and he lives in that neighborhood.
Yes.
So is that going to affect him?
I went by his house and no one, they first, I guess it was his wife, told me to come back the next day through the Ring camera. I did. They didn't even answer the Ring camera, so I guess they weren't that interested in what I had to say.
Well, I get it, he's not here tonight, but also, you know, I would definitely want to defer and respect his decision because he lives there as well, and he has a tractor trailer.
Are you talking about
Rick,
Rick?
And then on that Floyd Street, I know it can't go all the way up because of the cargo, the Exxon, so it probably should end close to
So-
his house on the thing.
I know, I don't mean to do
Appreciate you.
a back and
fine.
forth, I
Thank
got a
you.
question for you. So, isn't this like spot zoning?
No, it's.
What's the enforcement
I mean,
rules?
obviously, it's common, well, you would post it, no trucks over certain axles allowed on this roadway. I mean, it would be, basically, if somebody violated it, you would be in violation of a specific town code that either, well, I guess it would have to be a specific town ordinance that council would enact for violation of the highway sign.
Is this like every day? Is this like 10 trucks a day? Is it one truck every now and then?
It's periodically, obviously, she's in the.
It's a constant.
It's periodically these folks pop up and do business on his lot, so it just depends on. I guess it's intermittent.
You can get us some more information.
I absolutely can.
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Is Rick's place zoned business?
Yes,
Rick's house is zoned business?
yes. It's a B2. It's called, if you want to get technical, it's called a non-conforming use. But he's within his rights to do what he wants to do, residential and business, as long as it's residence.
Because you got the church down there, you got other things down there as well.
But there are considerations, yes. So I think probably if we can come back with additional information about the zoning, and maybe the planning commission would like to look at this too. What do you think, Ron?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll talk with the business owner. I'll research with Mike. I'll research the code section she provided. Maybe look around. There's got to be some other municipalities that have certain parts of their residential neighborhoods that they've restricted to just residential motor vehicle traffic. So I can look at that, see if there's some examples out there, and we can just look at all of it.
I'll share a little experience. Several years ago, there were concerns on Suffolk Avenue on the residential part, and it was brought to council, and that was addressed to help those citizens not have to deal with the issue of these big 18-wheelers coming on the residential part of Suffolk,
There's a precedent.
and we did it.
So the only
Had
thing
to research that.
I'll add is this could impact deliveries as well, because if you get like kitchen cabinets, they're not coming in the standard UPS or FedEx truck, they're coming on 18-wheeler.
Under that code section, it doesn't apply to anything regarding the purpose of receiving loads or making deliveries,
So they would be excluded.
under that code section.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Karen, thank you.
Did y'all turn the heat
Okay.
on?
Next, we have Erica Galloway. Erica, please come up.
Hi, y'all. I wanted, first of all, to let y'all know that we are about to wrap up with our elevator unveiling. So be on the lookout for that within the next month. It's very exciting. Also, thank you, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Holt, and especially to Susan, who's not here, but for helping us with our fishing fundraiser on September 28th. That was a great time, especially Mr. Jackson. We appreciate you being there, helping everybody out. I also wanted to come and give y'all some updates. I'm going to pass this around. So as you know, we've been trying to get the Dolly Parton Imagination Library to go live for quite a while now. We were finally able to switch it from off to on the first week of September, which is super exciting. So thank you to the town of Richlands, because y'all were really the first domino in getting everyone around the county involved. So we really appreciate that. It was so much easier for me to go to the town of Tazewell, town of Bluefield, town of Cedar Bluff, and Board of Supervisors and get everybody on board to get all of this funding together. Because it does cost locally $1.30 per child per month. And we've been able to get all of that funding, and we were able to go live. And as of today, we have just under 400 children enrolled in the county. And at a little over 1,800 children eligible to participate, that's around a 21% registration rate, which I'm ecstatic about because we've only been live for 1 month. So I just wanted to reiterate the importance of this program because, as you know, children, parents or caregivers really need to be reading with their children 20 minutes a day. Statistics show the absolute importance from the moment they're born, even before they're born. They can hear your voice. It's so important to be reading with them every single day. My sister has a 1-year-old at home, and I've been telling her every single time I talk to her, even since she was born, you got to be reading with that baby. Because research shows it's crucial to boosting vocabulary, improving reading comprehension, and fostering critical thinking skills. You're, sitting with your child, so you're maintaining that physical connection. You're focusing on something that's not a screen. It's a really important way to not only, help them develop that literacy, but also to develop the caregiver-child bond. And as you know, that plays later in life. We see much more positive outcomes because it's tied to all kinds of things like health, incarceration rate. I know y'all probably know the high school graduation is tied to all of these outcomes, and that high school graduation rate is tied to the 3rd grade literacy level. So, start them as early as we can, and when you look at it, $1.30 per child per month, when you look at the long-term benefits, is very, very little. So I just wanted to give y'all that update that we're already over 20% registered. Please spread the word. I've got a stack of registration forms to give to y'all. People can also go online and get registered if they have any problems, if it's not giving them their locality when they're trying to do it online. Sometimes the interface can be finicky. Send them our way. We're happy to help them get all that figured out. Does anybody have any questions?
Have you
That
got,
is so positive. Praise be to Laura who helped to get this here, and also
Yes.
praise be to Dolly Parton. And I will talk, I'm a Dolly Parton fan, a lover, and I saw her so many years ago at the Breast Fork Armory, way before she was a big shot. I love her. Thank you.
Yes.
you got this in the local hospitals already?
So we do have some contacts with the local hospitals.
Because we got some help for you tonight.
I don't know if you remember, but we actually had launched a campaign a while back called Babies Need Books, really to emphasize that you should be reading with your child as early as possible. And so we've kind of got like a little goodie bag that we try and get in the hospitals to get handed out, but we're going to start including this registration form
Perfect.
in there as well. Also, just a note, we also eliminated the minimum age requirement to get a public library card. So again, as soon as they're born, they can come to the library and get a card. Children's cards are fine free. Adults, sorry, you still pay late fines, but not kids.
How are these in the school system too? How does that work?
Do
Are they
what?
in the school system,
Or what in the school system?
these applications?
I'm still in the process of going around to
Okay.
everybody and
Could you
get 'em.
give me some before the
Absolutely.
meeting, please?
Yeah,
Thank
I've
you.
got 20 or 30 here, so
I'll take
I'm
it.
happy to spread them
I'll
around.
take it. Thank you.
Just this morning, I was at Head Start passing them out to all the parents there, so
Thank
trying to get the word out everywhere. Thank you.
I'd
Erica,
suggest bring more back. Thank you.
Yeah,
I was telling Laura a week or so back that I seen this advertised on that new billboard up at Super 8.
Amity texted me that.
Did
too.
she?
Yeah.
Is it still on up there?
I haven't seen it yet, but after you had mentioned it to me, Amity also mentioned
seen
it, so
it
that's two
twice.
people. Yeah,
Because it just flashes from one to the other up there, but it's
that's
on there.
awesome.
Thank you.
Erica, thank you. Any other questions for Erica? Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
And I appreciate you, ma'am. You know, my little boy grew up in the library the first 5 years of his life,
He's a good reader.
and I attribute the success he's had academically to the time that he spent in the library those first 4 or 5 years. So, yep.
Thank you. Okay, so we're now on to, we've heard from Karen, we've heard from Erica, unscheduled public comments number 8. There were no one wanted to speak on unscheduled public comments. So on to agenda items, Roman numeral 9, recognition of the Richlands EMS and Richlands PD. Matt? Come up, please.
Well, good afternoon. I appreciate y'all letting us be here and recognize these EMS providers this afternoon. Let me give you a little background of the EMS call they had. It was on August 28th, at Richlands High School track. The EMS crew got a call of a male down on the track to 911. They dispatched the EMS crew, and then they called back and said that he wasn't breathing. CPR was started. The EMS crew got there within about 5 minutes, and the school staff, the SROs, along with Richlands PD, Cedar Bluff PD, was there on scene and had a positive outcome. He's here. Braden Mitchell, and so we want to give our EMS providers some certificates of life-saving award and pin this afternoon. And then I'll see if the parents want to say anything, or the crew there. Lieutenant Scott McCormick. Lieutenant Josh Shelton. Sergeant Jonathan White. EMT Chris Lester. And EMT Billy Beavers. All 5 of these guys were on scene, along with the PD, Cedar Bluff Sheriff's Office. I was working PD that day, made it up there, and then ended up turning around and escorting them to the hospital. So, positive outcome, and I'd like to ask the parents if they want to say something there. Sure.
Tanya, come on up.
If it hadn't been for these guys and things going the way that they went, it would have been a completely, totally different outcome.
Pardon me while I gather myself. I just want to say thank you to this crew, all the people involved from the high school, SROs, and our force. Mr. Mitchell, you are a miracle, and I'm so glad you're standing here. As you well know, I know your sister, I know your other brother. I had them both in class. They're both miracles for me, and you are a walking miracle. Praise God. Thank you. May we have a picture with everybody? Come on. Come on. Let's take our picture, please. Let's get down here. Or we can stand it. What's the best, Tanya? You go. Who's going to take it? What's the best? For us to be back here? Come on over, guys. We'll squeeze a place in here. Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Jump in there more. I can get right there, you see.
Yeah, I remember this case, he was there. I don't remember a lot, but I do remember.
I remember you too.
Mr. and Mrs. Mitchell, please come up in with the council, with these men, and with your son, please. So good to see you all. Okay. Thank you. Matt, and to all of you, thank you. Thank you. Hold on a minute. You get more than a handshake from my crew. Okay.
Mayor, if I could, just for a second, I'd like to say something as well. I remember Mom well. I remember your face when I come through the ER door. I remember the concern that you had for your child. And I believe it was Javo that come over and talked to you. And I thought, just how poised you were and professional you were in explaining everything that was going on to this mother who was experiencing probably, arguably, the worst day of your life. I couldn't imagine, would never want to be in your shoes. And I was so proud of every one of you. I usually don't get real emotional. I've had a couple weeks. But to see this young man standing here, it's just a testament to the professionalism that our public safety team, they exhibit each and every day in the work that you do in our community. And it goes without saying how much I appreciate you, even as a police officer, you fire and rescue guys. I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart and everything that you do. And again, there's living proof of the work that you do in our communities, and I'm just so proud of all of you. I'm glad that was a good outcome. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To our life-saving crew, there is no greater thanks than a life you've saved. Thank you. Thank you. There are no words. Thank you. Okay, moving on. We're on Roman numeral 9, Teen Venture presentation. Laura?
Yeah, before I start, I just want to, I know there are kids here, and I want to caution you in the audience and people at home that if you have children, you probably do not want to be here for the next few moments of this. There's very explicit language, explicit material, and it is not in any way appropriate for children. So anyone at home, anyone in the audience, I can't force you what to do, but your children do not want to be in the area for this. I want to explain how the town council got to the position with Teen Venture that we did. And I have not done this for a very long time out of trying to work with them of how to solve some of these things. And, you know, I first absolutely want to say I think the founders of Teen Venture never dreamed that this would happen, of what I'm about to play. I think that, you know, when you look at the Teen Venture board right now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 12 of them, and looks like 10 of them don't live in Richlands. So I don't think, you know, it's hard to be hands-on in that respect. I think the idea of Teen Venture was incredible. Incredibly executed. I know finding volunteers is super, super hard. And I don't think that anyone intended for this to go this way. About 2 years ago, I was at an event. I'm not going to mention names, but I was not the only person at this event when someone in the know of Teen Venture came to me and was just making small talk and mentioned a story about a girl quite recently who had gotten in trouble for some vape that she had been given, illegal vape, THC kind of vape in Teen Venture. And I asked, you know, was this reported to Chief Holt, because I would like to see the police report. And I was told there would be no police report, that they couldn't report it to Chief Holt. I'm just repeating what was said to me. They couldn't report it to Chief Holt because they didn't have the same agreement with him that they had in the past with other police chiefs. And I asked what that was, and they said, well, you don't really report these things because people don't really like to donate where stuff like this happens. Went on to tell me about years ago a sexual assault of a teenage girl that was never reported in Teen Venture. It was about 10:30 at night, 10 o'clock at night. I immediately left that event and I called Chief Holt. And I said, this is what I was just told, and it's going to bother me. And he started, whatever he did on the police side of it. He didn't keep me informed with it. I didn't ask. I trust, that he handled it. So out of that investigation sparks what happened with a former director. It's public record. Former director was indicted, charged from Teen Venture for embezzlement, I believe. Also some stuff with some drugs. I think she had like a plea deal maybe that she had to pay restitution and everything. And I wondered how this continued to not be caught by the Board of Teen Venture. It really bothered me because this was happening in a town building. You look at tonight, the speakers who are so passionate about Teen Venture, who I don't believe really knew what was going on. But, a lot of them, we had, I think, 13 speakers, and 11 of them were, again, not from Richlands. And it's really hard when I understand we're a community, Tazewell County, but the fact is Richlands does have those borders, and it's hard to be involved. So, cut to, all the gossip and everything, and I start to ask questions, and Teen Venture froze up. They would not talk to us. They said it was opposite. I've actually got printed off messages from my Facebook Messenger. 1214, Rosetta Hell, who's the director, asked if I would meet with her. And I said, absolutely, I will meet with anyone. You might not like how I say things, but one thing you can't say about me is that I won't tell you what's going on. So I tried up until she finally stopped responding to me, but I tried up until January 14th and tried to get her to meet with me. She would not respond to me. There's not a whole lot I can do to force someone to talk to me, but I did try, and I've got these messages. I do have some videos I'm going to play. Again, you probably don't want your kids in here for this. You don't want your kids to hear it at home because they are some graphic videos. The videos are legally obtained. Some of the videos were posted on the Teen Venture website, Facebook page, and after it was brought to light, they blocked me from that page, which is fine, but I just want to show people where this town council was coming from and why we came to the conclusion that we did. So the first video I'm going to play is from a concert they had a couple weeks ago, and they're telling kids how to deal with people they don't get along with.
This next song is just about dealing with people you don't want to deal with. Only thing you gotta do is just punch them really hard in the fucking face. Bitches who are toxic make you nauseous.
Throughout that concert were many vulgar language. Children were present, along with grown adults who were not background checked. I did file a FOIA request for the investigation report when it was complete, and I'm going to play a couple more videos legally obtained. I cannot help what is said. These are legally obtained, open record through FOIA.
One of the things that I think it was maybe Rita and Victoria, when we first initially talked to them, were talking about how Carly was actually taking people out of the center, taking children that were not hers.
She would go wherever she wanted. And
Yeah.
and we have got to fix that.
I think
Know about some sex that took place in here. We know about vapes that have been going around through here.
I'm trying to figure out, so the sex thing that
they go on to list the names of the people, and I'm not going to play that. Another.
And Schaefer.
His is not in these. We moved
Yeah.
him to the file because, to the filing cabinet because he's no longer allowed in the building.
Okay. And why was that?
He was in there in this next room over with several of the kids, and they were in there laughing, and we thought everything was fine. Turns out he was having some kind of a discussion with them about who he would have sex with that was here at the facility. And a lot of those were minors, and one of the minors got really upset, told him, "You can't talk about having sex with me."
And the last that I'll play.
And said, my stepson goes there, and Anne Marie has been giving him a little bit of money and buying him new underwear, and I just feel like it's inappropriate. So I went and talked to Anne Marie about that, and I said, look, you can't do that. I bought the girls new shoes and socks, and I bought, and I'd heard she'd bought several of the kids, her salary that she got from Teen Venture, she would half the time spend it. She'd go buy a popcorn machine for Teen Venture and donate it, and so I really thought, well, she's just, kind of person that gives,
Yeah.
And I told her then, like on that kid, I said, look, you can't do that. She said, well, he said he needed some underclothes. He said he needed, and so the stepmom said, but she told me, she said, but what bothered me is one morning at 7 o'clock, I found him leaving her house, and
And none of these things were reported to the police until this town council started to question Teen Venture. We had kind of some demands about that people needed to be background checked. But when people look at us and they say, why would you want to get rid of this building or anything? And we've kept our mouths shut until tonight, but this is where we're coming from. That we heard this and we saw this and we had an obligation to do something to not only protect the asset of the building of the town of Richlands, but most importantly, the children in that building. We hope they'll do better, that they can, thrive on their own. But as long as they're in a town of Richlands building, this council has an obligation to protect the children in that building.
Mayor, can I say something? I just want to say that what Laura just played for you is exactly why we got to the place where we got to. Again, I've always wanted to be able to work something out so the teen center could continue to operate and do their thing. I've said that from the beginning. I was around in the beginning when it started. Glenn's vision for this thing is exactly what all those folks shared with you tonight. To provide a place for kids who don't fit in, who don't play sports and don't do other things. Those kids who are more maybe artistic, or they skate, or they want to do something else, they play music. It's great. It's always been a great tool for that. But what happened is us sitting on a council, because Teen Center is inside of a town property, we're the ones who are getting all these calls. This is going on, this is going on, this is going on. And I'll say, even in the beginning stage of this, when we're planning this, you got to think about, this is a huge building. Things are going to happen. They're kids. Things could happen anywhere. I get that. But you have to do the most to the highest level that you possibly can. And before, when they were under Boy Scouts insurance, when I sat on the board, for instance, how it would work. Everybody would fill out the background check form. You would get a list of names at the board meeting. Once the background checks came back, we would vote on it, approve it, and then those people would be eligible to volunteer. which is the way that it should operate, and that's how it always did before. So my experience with it, was that this is how it operated. It's how it operated when I was a part of it. This is how it did. But then we found out that people weren't being background checked. Then these reports weren't being made. And the people on that board are mandatory reporters, just like teachers and doctors and law enforcement, whoever else. You have an obligation to report. You don't get to make the decision, well, I think this is good, I think this is bad. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. We may all have reason and we may understand other things about it, but that's not how the law is. And as a mandatory reporter, you have to make that report to law enforcement. And that was not happening, and that's terrifying. And I'll tell you, Laura's received a lot of criticism for this, but her heart has always been that she wanted to protect kids. And how did we get here? We heard all about all the good things about Teen Venture, which were all true tonight. This is exactly what it was established for. But we got here because the people who were maybe on the board or, running Teen Venture at the time, the director that they had, other directors that they've had, they were letting those kids down by not mandatory reporting and not making sure that they were safe. That's an issue. And the reason that we got involved in the first place was because of that, because we found those things out. And whether and I'll tell you, to his credit, I think Jason, when he heard about something, he immediately reported it. It hadn't been reported when he was town manager here. So this goes back a long time. And so we have an obligation, if they're in that building and they come to us, if someone comes to us with these things, we have to report that. We have to report that to law enforcement. We have to do the right thing. Because at the end of the day, we are here to protect kids. One of the most difficult things that we did throughout this whole process, when Anne Marie was director, she came into a meeting here with us and basically accused us of hating kids. And that is ridiculous. I've given almost 20 years of my life to kids in this community. I've coached both of my boys, my oldest two, in every sport that you can think of, from soccer to baseball, basketball, whatever it is. I've coached rec league basketball. I've done everything that I can. But because we weren't doing something that she didn't like, or because we were questioning things, she was questioning our, questioning our beliefs or willingness to help children. And that was insulting from an interloper who came into our community and doesn't know anything about people and would come and question us like that. But guys, we got to this point not because of anything that this council did. We got to this point because of bad actors at the teen center. My hopes are that the bad actors go away. My hopes are that the people who are not looking out for children there, I hope they're all gone. But if they're not, I hope the rest of them go. Because it still should be a safe place for people to go. That young man that he came in here tonight and he spoke, that's exactly what the intention is. That is exactly the purpose, and it should be that. But when the one, I don't know who that was on that video, you don't have to say it. Whoever that was talking about that video, that was an adult who was talking about, he had a list of kids at the teen center that he would sleep with. That's disturbing. Everybody in this room can agree with that. That is extremely disturbing. These are the kind of things that continually got brought to us, and then when the police did investigation, they came and sat down and talked to us about these things, because this is what's going on. So guys, you can criticize Laura or any of us up here for trying to do something to change things, but no one knew all the things that we knew and were going on that we've been quiet about. But those are real. Those are real videos from a police investigation that were obtained through a FOIA request. And that was, I think that was Major Heatley's voice on that tape, interviewing directors of the teen center. I don't know who they were. I didn't see the video's not playing. I'm not going to say, but I know his voice. That was Major Heatley interviewing those people. And I wanted to add some context to that tonight, is that I know that you guys have criticized, and, people come in here, I guess they would have burned us to the at the stake tonight, but it's because they didn't know these things. I had an opportunity today to talk to a lot of folks who are supporting the teen center, and I was able to share some of these things. There's a reason we got here. It wasn't for no reason. It wasn't just because people up here don't like the teen center. I've never heard someone up here say, I just hate the teen center. That's never uttered from someone's mouth. It's not. We just want kids to be safe, and we want kids to be successful in this community. And as members of this town council, we have an obligation to make sure kids are safe. As Ron, as our town manager and chief of police, he has an obligation to make sure that kids are safe. That's important. We all take that duty very seriously. So if you want to know why, how could you shut this down? How could you how could you even get to this point? That's how we got to this point. Not because of what we did, but because of what happened in that building. That's how we got to this point. And I think it was important, and I appreciate her giving context to that, but I wanted to add to that. Do I want to see the teen center be successful and continue? Absolutely. I believe that the original vision of the teen center has served a great purpose in this community. I know kids that have come through that program and that it changed their life. That's important, and I would like that to continue. But people have to be safe, and people that are sending their kids there need to know that their kids are safe. We have that obligation. Thank you.
Thank you, Steph.
And-
Anyone else care to comment? Bob?
Just one more thing. Mr. Edgell asked about the money from the sale of the teen center. Will be next to nothing, and we have no plans for it. I assume will be placed into the general fund. But I know the rumors have swirled that we want to sell it for a bunch of money to do this or do that. That's not the case. And just to be perfectly clear, nobody sitting up here has ever discussed purchasing the building themselves. So there's no real plans for the money. No, that was the money. The building was never the intention. Yeah, what's up?
I've heard rumors that they plan to put the rescue squad in there. That'd be a major renovation.
For the rescue squad? I mean, you heard the motion when we came out of closed session tonight, correct? Of the teen center. So we want them to buy it. We've asked them to buy it, and they said no. And then we came to a point where we said, if you're not going to buy it, we're going to just have to put it up for auction because we cannot continue to watch what's go on in a public building. So they have that option, and that'll be up to that board.
Anyone else care to comment?
No, I don't mind. Go ahead. I think I know what you were going to ask, and if you don't mind, the former director was charged. Any of the others, not.
My name was on that video about kids leaving with me. Nobody ever came to me and asked me questions about it.
As far as like the police investigation itself, well, I'm not a police officer. I can just tell you what's on that video. I will tell you that Chief Holt has been nothing but professional when it has come to this. He actually asked the sheriff's office to come in and just so it didn't become a political Richlands thing that looked like we were just, coming, trying to eat our own tail, basically. He's been super professional, as is the sheriff's office. All I know is that when the investigation was closed, those files became public record, FOIA-able. I filed a FOIA request for it, obtained it legally, which anyone sitting in here can do. Yeah, you can get that. It's quite large, so you might have to. I had to pay for a flash drive to get it because it is quite large, but. All that stuff is in there as far as their reasoning behind who, what, when, where, why of what they did or how they questioned or if things were chargeable or if they weren't. That I don't know. I've never asked and they've never offered that because it was not in our purview.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of council? Thank you. Any other thoughts here to share before we move on? We're on Roman number 9. It's bullet point number 4 now. Food truck. Police Department DMV grant electronic speed sign. Ron? Or who wants to cover that?
I think you have Adam can answer questions if you have them, but you have a letter from the deputy chief to you. We were successful in applying for some grant funds, and we're excited about the ability to use the equipment that we've purchased in our communities to make it safer, but I'll turn it over to the deputy chief.
Yeah, basically, we applied for a grant through Virginia DMV for a portable radar sign. And it's like some that you see. There's some other towns. There's one in Tazewell as you turn on Main Street. Abingdon has one. Basically, it alerts you when you are speeding. We can go into it and put it in whatever speed zone we want. Say if it's 35, we can make it alert you, show you what your speed is as awareness type thing. And it's going to be portable, so if we get complaints, we can take it and put it throughout the town wherever we may determine that needs it. And also, it collects data, so it will show us, time of the day that people are speeding. It'd be helpful for us to then focus our effort on those particular areas.
Adam, thank you. The fact that it's portable, very important. Thank you. And also, it has a solar option that can be added later.
That's correct. Right now, it's advertised the last 5 to 7 days, so we will have to go and recharge it, but there is that solar option that'll make it obviously last longer.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you so much for all the work that all of you do to make our town safer.
Thank you, sir.
Any other members of council like to comment?
Can I ask Adam a question?
Sure.
The cameras that are outside of Hidden Valley now, we've seen posts on Facebook, the most reliable source of information, obviously, about we're spying on Hidden Valley, and there's multiple council members who live there, so we're being watched, and I'm trying to prove a former councilman doesn't live in Hidden Valley anymore. So can one of you guys just...
I'll take this.
Thank you.
Adam's done a fantastic job of stepping in and running the day-to-day operations, but I'd rather take that one. Look, this has been a part of our comprehensive approach at making Richlands safer for the last few years. We've applied for, 3 rounds? 3 rounds of HEAT grant funding, which allows us to purchase these cameras. And the cameras the camera program is designed specifically for crime reduction, but also to prevent auto theft. And if there is an auto theft, for the detection of auto theft. But there's some other elements that come along with the camera for in crime suppression and as an investigative tool. We've actually solved 2 pedestrian hit and runs. So we've had the last 2 pedestrian hit and run accidents we've had in town. We've solved them because we've had these cameras. They do have an LPR function. However, we don't store LPR data. We only use them as a tool if a crime happens in a neighborhood to go back to try to find evidence to help us find and prosecute those offenders. The last one that we put up at Hidden Valley was one of the last neighborhoods that we knew we could set that camera up in a strategic location. And if a crime happens in that community, hopefully we can catch that bad actor as they go in and out of that neighborhood. There's, I think, 10 now. I think 10 cameras that we have.
And also that one on Kent's Ridge, that was the only other road that wasn't covered that's, coming in or leaving town. So it's not all about Hidden Valley. That was needed on that road as well.
Yeah. So that one camera is part of a much bigger crime suppression effort.
Are these the same ones like through Cedar Bluff and everything too? They got the similar grant, or is that?
They have flock cameras.
Yes.
It's just
They're
a different
similar.
brand.
Their cameras are integrated into NCIC. The flock cameras.
Okay.
If they monitor they monitor license plate data all day. So if there's a car that comes through, then they're a little bit more advanced than what we've got. We get a little bit more bang for a buck. We get more cameras, but they will alert you to a stolen car coming through your neighborhood.
Gotcha.
Where if there's a Amber Alert, and there's a tag that's associated with that Amber Alert, that it'll alert NCIC 911, and then the police officer is dispatched. Our cameras are really more of a investigative tool, I hate to say it, but after the fact.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of good success with them capturing car wrecks, auto accidents, and we can provide proof in a court. Hey, we get a lot of accidents at Lake Park. We've had several times, we've rolled that footage out and showed a judge, well, this person says this one says that, but look at the footage, So they've been particularly helpful, not only in some of our investigations, but also our auto accident investigations.
Can I ask you one thing to clarify? So, no one on your all staff can just review data willy-nilly?
It's command staff.
Okay.
Okay, so certain folks in our command staff have.
Yeah,
access to
there
it.
are certain in our command staff. This is nothing that anybody can just go and access and review to be nosy.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to make clear for the
and
for the
actually,
public.
The Virginia Code now has came out with very particular things that you have to meet. You have to be trained on how to use them, retention periods. So, the Code of Virginia realizes that, LPRs are a thing that's coming online a lot, and they don't want to invade anyone's privacy either. So there's quite a few things that we have to meet to do that. And no one's sitting and just being nosy and looking at them. They're only using investigation.
And
Gotcha.
we don't monitor these cameras in real time. I mean, that's something that just doesn't happen. I mean, we have the ability to watch them in real time, and if we had an incident in one of these neighborhoods that we needed to, we could. But that's not something that we do. We certainly don't have, we're a small police department. We don't have the personnel to sit down and watch
Sure.
these cameras in real time all day long.
I think that's what I wanted to clarify. It's not, nobody's just pulling up data to track when Jordan's going in and out of Hidden Valley or how fast he's going or anything like that. That's not the goal. But if there was somebody who said, hey, my house was broken into at 2 a.m. in Hidden Valley, there's only one way in and one way out. So that kind of narrows it down. You can go back and check the data to see.
That's the hope.
Gotcha. I think that's a good thing.
So the only follow-up questions I have, are we following all laws related to storage? Like the type of storage, backup, how many retention, et cetera, et
Yes, we
cetera?
are. We actually, Amanda and I got together, and we've got a policy on that covers each.
Is it
one.
written?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. The only thing go ahead.
By being an accredited agency, we have a policy about all
Yeah.
everything, sir.
100 yeah, well, you get dinged for that. It's a big old fine.
Yes, sir.
The only thing I'll add to that, we've had these, I believe, at our Parks and Recreation Center for over a year.
Yes.
I mean, we were sold on them for child abduction. I mean, think
Absolutely.
about the good side of this.
Yeah, so we have those set up on the roadways that are close by to our parks, because God forbid, if we ever do have a reported abduction, that's something we can jump on really quick. And these are high-quality cameras, and we can work you through. If you're interested, we can bring you down to the police department, show you what we do with them. They're very high-quality cameras. They're an awesome investigative tool. I'm certainly not, in favor of, being too big brotherish. We're not sitting and watching folks, in real time, day in, day out. Use it as an investigative tool. And again, we've been successful so far in solving some pretty serious crimes, being those two pedestrian hit and runs. Both of those were very serious crimes, and we attribute a lot of our success in solving those cases to those cameras.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you to the
Thank you, sir.
department. Okay, shall we move on? Okay. Next, we have, I'm going to get to this, two more things. I'm going to have a little personal break. Let's go to food truck discussion, please.
Yeah, so I was questioned by a few of the council members, Mayor, regarding how we govern food trucks in town, and do they have to have a business license? Currently, they do not. They have to be inspected by the health department, but we don't have any ordinance on the books that says that a food truck has to have a business license. And there was some discussion about, is that fair to our brick and mortar businesses that, you can pull in, set up for 20 or 30 days, and they don't have to pay the same fees and taxes that our traditional brick and mortar businesses pay. So what I guess we're looking for from council is some guidance as to, is there a time frame that council, if there is a food truck that sets up for, let's say, 10 days or 20 calendar days, and I think it's important to say calendar days, not consecutive days, because if you set it for 10, pull out one day and then come back. But how many calendar days would council like to set it at, if at all? that a food truck would be considered just like a traditional brick and mortar business. And they would have to come in and have the same business license and pay the same taxes that our brick and mortar businesses pay.
Do you have any recommendations on that, Ron?
I think I did. I threw out 30 calendar days, which I thought, we have events. We have different events, being the Freedom Festival, we have Fall Fest, we have Trunk or Treat. There's other events that that these businesses come and set up. I think 30 days was a reasonable amount of days.
So to be clear, if a food truck comes in and they're here for 30 consecutive days?
No,
Calendar days. Okay, so how does that work?
Yeah, well, again, it's hard. This is one of those things, you set it, you hope people will be honest, and if they anticipate that they're gonna be there, or they exceed that they come in. However, if we see a food truck that's commonly sitting in town and we start taking notice that they're beyond that, then we could write them a letter and say, hey, you're in violation, and you need to come in and you need to, apply for your business license.
Are they not collecting meals tax now?
They do collect mills tax, but they don't, I think I had asked you about this, so that I guess like the business license side of it, they don't, but they do, they are
Right,
collecting them.
But I'm saying that's how we have a matrix to track them. If
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
collecting meals tax, that's paid monthly.
Yeah, oh,
So
okay, yeah.
then you're gonna have a matrix to be able to track who's selling, or are they collecting it and then not paying
again,
it? And that's a whole other issue.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. We are small enough that the reason that this, and I'm super defensive of food trucks and the brick and mortar restaurants, I frequent them all, but the reason that this came about was because it was brought to my attention, hey, there's a food truck in town that's been there, like, setting up permanently, and how is this fair to restaurants in town? And the intention of the food truck ordinance to begin with, I was, at the podium when you guys passed the food truck ordinance, Mayor. I think you were, I don't know if you were council or mayor at the time, but the intention, and I don't want to speak for them, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the intention was not to skirt brick and mortars, but to allow food trucks to come in randomly. So if they're setting up, I'm not set on an amount of days, whatever you guys think is fair, but if someone's setting up like that,
You're
they
right,
should.
Laura. I'll tell you, I'm partial to brick and mortar people. I like food trucks too, but they're the ones who are here. Jan can't just leave her store. So if somebody comes in with a picture framing thing and they could do it in a trailer and leave, it doesn't seem quite fair. Okay, to give a simple example. So I'm partial. I like food trucks and I've frequented them too, but I'm partial to the people who have a more permanent, shall we say, footing here. But I can't speak for council, but if you personally, I haven't researched this, if you think 30 days is something we could try, I will defer to council. That sounds like a reasonable amount to me. I don't think we'll ever find a perfect thing. It's trying to find a happy medium. It'll never be perfect, and there'll never be somebody who's, can you imagine anyone to ever cheat in their whole life, ever? Let's get real. So I think we need to be realistic about it. And if council wishes to to impose that 30 days, I think it's fine, up to the council.
I think it's going to be very hard to enforce.
Very.
I just also think it's going to be a slippery slope, because then what about people that sell only at the Freedom Festival or Cedar Bluff? I know Cedar Bluff's out of here, but small festival, small vendors, that's what we're going to go after next. And I don't know if the lemon is worth the squeeze in this scenario. Like, yes, if the person sets up too much, that seems like the business owners needs to go have a discussion with them. We can be adults and go talk to the other business owners. I do it all the time. So I think it's a slippery slope. I don't want to discourage businesses to come here, because all we're going to do is push them right over to Cedar Bluff or Raven county limits. So I don't think it's a good idea.
Jordan, I want to add something. The words you said, go after, that's key. Thank you.
Do you care to walk me through, or somebody walk me through, if I'm a food truck and I'm going to set up in Richlands, what's that look like today?
I can walk you through it.
Please.
Because as a citizen, this was like my first battle in Richlands of bringing food trucks in. So right now, if you're a food truck and you come in, you have to get a mobile food unit permit from the town of Richlands, which is $50 for the year. I don't know if that's January to December, or if you get it in March, it goes from March to March, but $50 a year. And then you pay your meals tax. And that's
And
that.
a health department inspection.
And yeah, you got to have the health department inspection and, you know, that stuff like that. But as far as the town goes, and the reason that this was brought, and I'm the one who brought it up, and the reason that this was brought up was because it is noticeable when a truck will come in and just park for a month at a time. And you know me, I don't mention names, but more than one person had come to me at that point and said, how is this fair to us? How can we compete with this when this, other trucks get to come in and set up for, it's not like one day at a time, or, even for the weekend or for a festival. They said they're there for, 30 days. How am I supposed to compete with that when I've got to pay the business license tax too? So that's why.
And rent and everything
And
else.
rent and everything
Utilities,
else.
you name it.
Yeah.
So we have this. Does council wish to act on this at the time? I'm hearing a lot of questions.
So the only thing I'll add is one of our best restaurants in town started as a food truck. I just want to put that in perspective for everybody right here. One of our best restaurants in town is an amazing story that I don't think it's credited enough. Started as a food truck. And I'm sure they set up more than 30 days. That's how you prove the market. So, I mean, I just think that it's not worth the squeeze.
We can set it at 45, whatever anybody, because I think 30 days will be what, like 2.5
Well,
times
I think,
a month?
just like Jordan said, we can be specific about what's going on. I think if someone sets up with the idea, they've rented a lot, their idea is to set up as a permanent business, to me, that's two separate things. Someone just rolling in, they go to Advance today, they go, I don't know, wherever else, they might set up a food truck. Maybe they go down here to the herbal place and they set up, whatever. That, to me, that's a food truck. If you come and rent a lot from me or Rod or Jordan with the intention to set up, you're setting up a restaurant. I think that's two different things. And then so maybe that's how we do it. But the second part of it is, I would like to know this data. If we're making sure that they're coming in and getting a license, is your department, or you have as police, are the police enforcing that, or you have an internal employee here?
We've had complaints in the past about food trucks. I've used other employees outside of law enforcement.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good idea. I just was curious about it.
I'm a big believer, I don't like getting too heavy-handed with
Sure.
our uniformed police officers. I take a more community-oriented approach.
Okay.
So I do use other employees when we have issues.
My only question would be, I'm curious now that we are telling them, they're buying this permit, we're telling them to collect a food tax. Who is following up?
Again, we only get what our brick and mortar businesses bring to us. I mean, we're not going and auditing them,
I understand that. But if I come and bought a permit to do a food truck, and you don't get a check from me this month, then you know that I didn't.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying make sure that they sold $175 a hot dog, whatever. But I'm curious.
If we're following up on that currently, no. I mean, at the end of the day, again.
Can you get us that data? Is it data that you can put your hands on? Like, these are the amount of permits that we issued.
Sure. Yeah,
this is the amount of meals tax that they paid. I'm curious about that.
Sure.
I think data is important right now. We'll be further.
But back to what I was saying too, I mean, do you agree with that, Jordan? I don't think that I see what Jordan's saying, and I agree with that. We can't just because I mean, what are you going to do, give them a clicker, and you've been here day 26? I don't think that's the issue. The issue is someone renting a lot and establishing a permanent business. Like if you go to Claypool Hill, Otis I would call Otis as a permanent restaurant.
Agreed.
Definitely.
Right.
I was having one sidebar with Mike just a second ago, and that's what I asked. Could we look at it as far as if they set up in a fixed location for more than a certain time frame? You may give us an opportunity to bring back some options to you, and we can do a little bit of research and look.
You might just go ask them, would you like to get a business license and solve this whole problem?
That's true too, but also we can put it on the landlord. So like when you're supposed to fill out a form when you rent a house for the town, if you rent you're supposed to do that. We can put it on the landlord. They have to sign this, or you're liable for their tax, and I guarantee it gets paid.
That might be, you have to sign a landlord form to turn your power on.
Mm-hmm.
You might have to sign a landlord form to, I've leased this
I think
lot.
that's the route. Hold somebody responsible. These people are on wheels.
Yeah.
And we're on wheels they're gonna roll. We don't know when to roll. I don't know how we monitor that. Are we gonna get one of those fancy cameras and see when those tires move? Whoa, or go around with the marker, we used to do a chalk on a wheel. If it rolled, people roll back their tire and say, it's not on my tire because you rolled the marker. I think it's a real tough question. May I suggest that you come forth with more information?
Yeah, and maybe some suggestions.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Well, we have suggestions. Is that okay, council?
Yes.
Because we can beat this to death. I love what Jordan said, go after. That doesn't make me feel good.
I agree. That's why I said it.
Yeah, thank you.
And they are supposed to already have signed permission before, at which, I'm not saying we aren't, but before we issue that permit, we're supposed to have a letter from the landowner saying they have permission to set up here. I don't think that's been,
It's hard to enforce.
Yeah.
It's almost like saying, do you want to pay money to be here? Look, can we move on?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Next, and I'm going to have to have a little break after this. I'm getting cough. I had a terrible cough. Here we go. Final approval of 217 Railroad Avenue. Can we dismiss that? Thank you. I call for a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Council's now back in session. We are on Roman numeral 9, and it's actually the second bullet on page 2. It's called Enterprise. We're good. Thank you, ma'am. We have the best people in this page. You know, you can make suggestions. It's great. They just say yes and go with it. Thank you. All right. Enterprise Zone Ordinance Amendment, second presentment. Okay. We had talked about this. We have, let me find it here, an Enterprise Zone second, let me get it, please. Hold on. Kind of got lost in all the shuffle here. Get past this. I guess it's, Mike, is it ordinance 2025-1001?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. So we have a second presentment on ordinance 2025-10-01. All right, we've had a first presentment. Is there a second presentment? Now,
Mayor, I would like to point out,
yeah,
the
please.
last time we were here, there was discussion about the new full-time employment under 110.50B.
Repeat that again, please.
110.50B.
Yes, sir.
So the current code section allows for 10, or calls for 10. I had 5 in there, and I know there was talk between 2 and 3. I put 3 on there, but that's the only change I've made from last month to this month.
Yeah. I remember that discussion. Is everybody aware of what the change is in this current presentment?
I think we said 2. We said small.
I know there was discussion of 2, and then I heard 3.
I do too. I mean, I dare say 1, but I'm good with it. It was either.
Does council prefer 2?
Okay. I can make that change.
Mike, I have a question. When we have ordinances in front of us, and I realize you're getting another number right now, and we're fine with that, it doesn't matter. Would you rather council have it in front of us printed correctly before we have a second presentment?
I think that would come up to council's call there. This is one that has to be approved by November, though. That was
Okay.
the
Well,
anticipation, so.
yes, I follow. So we need to have it approved before November the 1st, as I recall. Is that correct?
It is.
Lana, you were on the IEDA, is that correct? Okay. So my question is, council, would you like to write into and vote it on it that way?
Yes.
There was another change, but I don't see it on here on this last page, that the applicant cannot receive the RRETE if the applicant is delinquent on any tax levied against the applicant by any other incorporated town in the county.
Laura, I'm sorry, where are you exactly?
About right here
All right,
on this last
everybody
page.
show everybody, sitting there where we are. How many lines up is it? Count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 13 lines up.
Up from the bottom.
It's
Up
the
from the
next to
bottom.
last sentence in section B.
Okay, cool, thank you.
That's why Mike
So
is
the
my
applicant
attorney.
cannot receive, okay, thank you.
But also including if they are delinquent to the county itself.
So just a language from by any other incorporated town in the county or the county.
Yeah, or the county, however you're going to word it.
So what's the change, guys, please?
Uh,
Incorporated town
In the county or the county itself.
in the county and add or the county.
Or the county itself, and the county itself, whatever.
I just want to make sure, because I like things, it's not perfect, the best I can, so we're going to vote on it. It's an ordinance. Okay. So is everybody happy with what Laura's suggestion is? Do you follow?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so is there a motion, make sure, to move on to approve the second presentment?
So moved. Oh, sorry.
All right, Laura makes the motion to approve the second presentment, and it is seconded by Jan on the, what is it, the 14th that we are? 14th day of October. Okay, motion made by Laura, seconded by Jan for adoption of such ordinance as presented. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion on this motion to approve the second presentment?
Mayor, I'd just like to clarify, I think originally when you had asked for the motion, it was for the second presentment, but we wouldn't need a motion for that. It would just be to approve. So
Okay.
is that the intended motion to
Yes,
So
approve?
let's
sir.
make it clear, Mike. Help me out, please.
So this would be to approve the ordinance as amended here today.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have a motion to approve the ordinance as amended? Okay. Made by Laura, seconded by Jan. Everybody following? Thank you. Shall we go? Any discussion? There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Motion carries. It is unanimous. Now, the next one is a zoning amendment ordinance, ordinance 2025-1101.
And also, thank you, Lena, and the IEDA. That was a lot. That was a heavy lift. Thanks for doing it.
Okay. So we have an enterprise zone ordinance, zoning amendment ordinance. This is a first presentment, I think. Is that correct? All right. So we have a first presentment. Anybody have questions here? This is about, basically, it was the request from Hidden Valley that resulted in this ordinance. Everybody got it? All right. Is there a motion? Do we need a motion on this, Mike?
No.
Go ahead, Gary.
Well, and we don't need to make that at this meeting because there's no action to take on at this meeting.
We can make it at the next meeting, right, with the
Correct.
second reading?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but the Plan Commission recommendation is to grant the submitted amendments to the existing town zoning ordinance to allow the future placement of modular homes on lots to be located in the town's R1 districts. So we're not changing it from R1 and R2. We're staying with R1 with the definitions for module homes.
So this is the recommendation of the planning commission?
Yes.
Thank you, Gary. Any questions? Mike, should this suffice as a first presentment? Everybody understand?
Are you happy with this, Gary? Like,
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Shall we move on? Let's do. Late fee ordinance amendment. Ordinance 2025-1102. Let me get it right here. Okay.
And Mayor, I'll point out that there was discussion last time of what the percentage should be. I just threw in different percentages. That'll be the only change that's made on this, if council
Right.
decides to do that. So it'd
So we
be-
need to choose one. Go ahead, Ronnie.
Mr. Mayor, Town Council, we did an analysis of various scenarios with the late fee, looking at about a 2-year period, backed out months where we had given a reprieve for storms or what have you. So then we analyzed it at a 10% to the late fee for an annual period was about $153,000. At 5% or half, it would be about 76,000. 3% would be 45,000. And 2% would be 31,000. And these are annualized amounts. So for every 1% that you back off or add, it's worth about $15,000. So if you went from 10 to 5%, that's about $76,000 a year. I think that's kind of high, just given, we had some losses last year in the general fund as well. But if we went if you still want to do something, I'll maybe recommend like 7 or 8% or something like that if you need to do something.
Ronnie, help me out. 7 or 8% rather than the 2, 3, or 5?
Yeah, because when we first did that, I didn't have the dollar amounts in front
Yes.
of that, so.
So essentially, if we lower it from 10% to 8%, essentially $30,000 loss. And then what if we went that what was proposed? Was it 3 to 5? I don't recall.
If you go to 5%, you're reducing it about 76,000.
Yep.
If you go to 3%, you're reducing
Almost 100.
another 30,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, but time out, we're not budgeting for late fees. We budget for penalties?
Well, it's probably based on historic averages, I'm sure.
Money.
I'm gonna fight for 2%, and I'm sorry to do it to you, Ronnie, because I know you're the numbers fella, but I mean, at the end of the day, and I'm on my phone because I'm using my calculator. We have customers with, like, I'm only water, but I think everybody else up here would be water, sewer, and electric. I'm water and sewer. Jordan might be just water and sewer, but even, yeah, you're everything. So you gotta factor in that we have customers adding all that in. We might have an $800 bill. So even at 8%, you're talking about a $64 late fee, and I just,
If I could.
yeah, absolutely.
So I agree, we shouldn't be really treating penalties as a revenue stream, right? However, we're small, and we have cut this budget every year for the last several years. So it is impactful, okay, when we've trimmed as much as we've trimmed out of the budget in the last 2 years. If you're inclined to do more than the 5%, I would say let's do it in a staged approach. Let's go maybe 5, or, you know, like to Ronnie's point, maybe the 7. Next year we could come back and do it at a 5. That way we could budget it out, if that makes sense.
Something graduated.
That's exactly right. I like your terminology better, the graduated approach. You know, so we can phase it out of the budget.
Yeah.
And so it's not so impactful to this year's budget.
I would just stress that, like, we need to be super careful because this is similar to the PCA. I know it's different. We're helping in a different manner. We just need to be wise and listen to our financial counsel. Obviously, it's up to us. I'm not discrediting anybody up here. I just want to caution everybody, not too long ago, we did this to PCA, and we pay for it now.
The only pushback I would give you on that is that it's a late fee. The PCA is, I mean, I get if we've already done it, but I feel like we shouldn't be counting on late fees as, like what you just said, as a revenue stream.
I mean, I get it. I understand why you all did it. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't think that should be part
That's
of it.
based on historical amounts, though, correct? Like, you didn't, yeah. So that's like what we've had. And how long did your data go back? 20 years?
It does, but we looked at a 2-year period.
Okay. Did you see a dramatic impact from COVID? Did we, like, account for that anomalous year, or?
We didn't go back.
Okay.
The most recent,
Okay.
well, 24 and 23, and then back out the months where we had given this year.
On the flip side, if you did it 5% and twice as many people are late, you may end up collecting more. Not that that's the intention at all, but, you know, we do need to help people.
Well, so you're saying compounding, right? I'm trying to recall, like, the major thing that you brought up. The compounding was really what was getting people.
Yeah, because I looked at a bill with a lady who was saying that her bill is consistently $900, and all it took for her to get to that point was one late fee, and then by the time her bill was $900, and then $1,000, her late fee was then $100. So when you're looking at a bill, like my whole water bill is $130. So it's making it really difficult. And the PCA, I think, and I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree, but the PCA is actually paying a bill. This just kind of feels like
It's revenue, but, so, I mean, I don't know the financial impact, and I don't feel comfortable making this motion either, but I would be more open to just wiping everybody's late fees, like, to get people out of that compound hellacious situation. I would be more open to that than dropping this percentage. I don't know that. I've looked at zero numbers. I would want Ronnie to look at that option, but that's all I would say. I'm not super opposed to it. I'm just afraid.
I got a question. Why does it compound? Why would you not just be charged a late fee on the new amount that year?
It is.
But,
it's
but
not
when,
compounded.
But when the bill is, when your bill is $900 because of that late fee on there, and you've got that $90 late fee, you're only talking like $10 difference of the new late fee. What I'm talking about as compound is that late fee's on there, right? So she pays, like, say $900, or, you know, 1 month's averaging about $700-800. So she's late 1 month, gets that $70 late fee. So the next month, her bill, if it's the same, is now $770 as opposed to just $700.
Right.
So it's harder for her to pay the $770 than it is for her to come up with the
It's already
$700.
late,
Yeah. So then the next month, she has to pay that late
But
because.
I just wanted to be clear, we're not compounding on a
It's
late
just,
fee.
yeah, it's just adding up because of that.
Question. Ronnie, what was the figure you said, you gave a number that we actually collected from late fees? What was that?
At 10%, which is the current rate, we're collecting about $153,000 on an annual basis.
A yearly. And is there any idea, I just am curious, is there any idea what percentage of the customers of the town of Richlands are late? I think that's meaningful.
And I have something I want to add too. So don't
Can you
discount
check on that?
don't discount this is a punitive measure too. This encourages people to pay your bills on time, and we understand that there's exceptional circumstances, but there has to be some sort of punitive aspect to not paying your bills on time, because we count on those customers to pay in a timely fashion. I mean, it impacts the
When
bottom.
you're to get the money, you have the money to pay the bills.
That's right.
Ronnie, could you check
We're
on
like
that?
the credit
for
card
my
company.
own
Yeah.
personal
One day late,
view?
you get dinged.
The percentage of our customers who were late.
It's hard because there, I mean, I agree, there has to be something, right? But like for me, my bill is $130 a month. So I told you last month I forgot to pay a bill, thought I paid it, and then I was late 2 months. $13 is not super noticeable, but when you're the people on water, sewer, electric, see, when you're looking at like AP, I mean, I don't pay AP late because they will cut you off, like, you know, and I'm not in the mood to do that. So their late fee though is like $10 on my $413 bill. So it seems crappy to me that we're looking at $800 bills and charging $80 late fees. But I get that there's got to be.
And I guess my pushback to that would be, you know, when you're a larger user of electricity, water, sewage, you know, that's just all the more reason we're counting on you to get that timely payment in, because we have to pay for that.
Yeah.
So again, I get what you're saying, and I certainly want to help people too, but just don't just discount what, you know, hey, there's got to be some punitive measure
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
The only thing I'll add is this 150,000, remember, that's a good portion of the FTEs in that department for the year. I mean, that's something to keep in mind. This isn't a
I have a
low
question for
sum.
council. I agree with you. I agree with everybody who wants to pay, but is council ready, actually, at this point, I'm hearing 2%, 3%, 5%, 7%. Are we really ready to be prudent about what we're doing at this juncture?
Could we do it at 5%? I mean, I know, but I'm asking if, because I'm coming for 2%, but I understand we've already budgeted this, right? Financially,
5% is taking out about $76,000.
and could we,
It's impactful. I mean, I would encourage you, Ronnie, said what, 7? When we go down 2.5%, go to 7.5, and then we can look at it again, you know, next year. Again, it gives staff the opportunity to phase this out. If council's wish is to phase this out as a revenue stream, fine, we can do that, but give us the opportunity to do that and you know, like the mayor said, a graduated manner.
And it
Can
makes
we
sense.
put the space out in our ordinance?
Won't this just result in us having to raise the PCA and being the same stuff?
It-
Math is math.
Do
well,
we use this money?
my thing,
A question. Do we use this money?
You have to just
How do we use this money,
Just
Ronnie?
distribute it.
How do we use it?
pay all of our expenses.
We use it to pay our bills? Wow.
So essentially, we'd be taking the X of percent that have late fees, and we'd be distributing it amongst the whole customer base.
And that's not fair.
I completely agree.
yeah. I mean, to me, we should not, I get that there's got to be a late fee, 2, 3, whatever percent, right? But to me, we should not be counting on a 10% late fee to pay anything in our budget, because that's
And I'll
just-
get 100% what you're saying, but we can't fix that now.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that's where Ron's coming from. You know, I would agree for us, that way we get some kind of reduction. We go to 7.5% now. And then we revisit this during the budget process next year.
Can we just hit it at 7 at least?
I mean, I guess, I
Just
mean,
7.
I'll
Less
ask
math.
members of council. Seth, pull out a number.
7's fine with me.
Gary, Jordan?
wanna do anything.
All right,
I'm fine with 7.
I'll stand on 5, but I'll compromise on 7 if we have to.
well, I think we hear 7. Are you hearing 7? May the record reflect 7. Do we need to vote on that, or just do it?
It wouldn't be a vote at this point, but I just need direction
Presentment.
of what to put in the ordinance for next month.
To reduce the late fee to 7%.
Okay,
I
so
think
right
that's
there in
the
the
direction.
highlighted section, it should be 7%.
I think that's the direction.
And that's where it'll be
It's
next
that little place right here. I got you. Jordan, you want to say something?
Can we make sure the minutes just capture this? Thank you.
7%. Let the record reflect. Thank you.
Jordan said he wanted to waive everybody's late fee.
afraid. I'll say it straight.
Well, I too am afraid, but I feel like, Jordan, you and I could hit that budget committee again and whack out 70 grand.
We hope.
got some ideas.
Shall we go on, guys?
Yes.
All right, we're now on, excuse me, Revenue number 10, Finance Director Report, Ronnie.
So what we have in front of us is the August result, and I did want to point out a couple of changes I made in the financials this month.
Which page you on, Ronnie? I've got them all
It
together.
says income statement summary.
Okay.
And so that's the cover page.
Yep.
And hopefully we're still in the same order.
It's the summary, right?
Yes.
Hold on. Wrong thing.
So on this page, I added a column called year-to-date variance, just so if you're trying to tie out the numbers, sometimes they don't exactly tie out, and it's because those funds that we budget to be flat will, but the ones we budget a little bit of the income above flat, it won't. So anyway, I'm pulling those directly from the detailed income statement. If you wanted to try to tie it out, you could. And then on the detailed income statement, you still had several questions last month. I went back and added comments. I hope the timing is, I know I can get back to you right away.
Oh, yeah, I'm usually never in a rush, and I noticed all your notes, so I appreciate that.
Some of those we do still need to follow up on, and we're getting ready to meet with the department heads to go over first quarter, and some of that will fall out in those meetings. Well, anyway, starting with the general fund on the income statement summary, we had a year-to-date net loss variance that results from lower revenues in real estate taxes, business licenses, bank stock taxes, meals taxes, other taxes and fees, and other revenues. That's a hurt. That's 12% of budget, or $7.4 million. That is all timing at this time.
This as of 8/31, Ronnie. Looking at the top.
Yes.
Okay, making sure I got it. Thank you. So we're 960,000 down as of 8/31. And this is a timing issue?
Timing, because we earn revenues at certain points in the year.
I got you.
And the expenses are offsetting, well, the revenue hurt is higher than the expense help, but it works out to be about $1 million of just timing right now.
Okay.
And,
Hey, Ronnie. I just had a citizen message and ask if you'll speak into the microphone a little bit more. This is actually really good news, though, that people are watching our financial reports.
I usually thought everybody was in bed by now. Okay, so everything on the general fund is timing, the revenues, expenses, and capital items. Moving down to the water fund, we had a year-to-date net loss of $347,000. That's due to a low revenue hurt, 22.7% of budget, or $2.1 million, and that was offset by a lower expenses help, 10.7 of budget, or $1.8 million, and those two numbers should net to the $300,000 hurt, and that those revenues and expenses are timing. On the sewer fund, we had a small net income variance of $31,000. That results from lower revenues hurt, 13.5% of budget, or $2 million, and that is offset pretty much fully with the lower expenses help of 8.7% of budget, or $2 million. And those, it's all timing on there as well. On the water sewer line maintenance, the year-to-date net income variance, this just is a result of lower expenses help, 16.4% of budget, or $599,000 help, and that is attributable all to timing. Moving on to electric, without the generator, we had a year-to-date net income variance results from lower revenues hurt of 15.1% of budget, or $8.4 million, and that was offset by a lower expenses help, 12.7% of budget, or $8.6 million, so that's the $200,000 net income for the month. Both the revenues and expenses, that's the timing difference. On the electric generator in August, we did pay the other $1.1 million for the Enbridge. That was the second payment on that. And at this point in time, as of August, the cumulative funding was at $14.6 million, and that includes $9.6 million from the notes. 2.3 was funded from unrestricted electric funds, and then $2 million was funded by the Tobacco Commission loan, and then $700,000 was funded from the general fund.
Are we going to pay the general fund back?
Yes, we
for
are.
that?
That's be one of the first things we do. We're going to pay yeah, both funds will be paid back.
Okay.
Any other questions on the income statement summary? Okay. Any line items on the detailed income statement that I need to research further or additional?
I did have a couple of questions. From the fire department, the retirement plan insurance, we're already at 52% of that budget. Is that going to continue doing that, or is it going to stop? Or?
Well, we should have accounted for that problem we had last year. We should be good. I'll be happy to. Insurance retirement on.
And also on that one, the equipment budget, is some of that going to be repaid, like through a grant?
It should be, yes.
That's what I thought on that.
I will follow up on the insurance retirement, make sure we're not, because we took that same increase that we should have had last year and applied it to the.
Okay. And I think the last one was in the rec department, the park maintenance. Is that also the grant?
For like Critterville and all?
Yeah, it just says park maintenance, but I remembered we had that grant for Critterville, so I'm wondering if that's why that's like
I'm
that.
pretty certain that it's that. I will follow up.
It was like a $7,000 grant.
Yeah, that's going to be.
The 8,700?
Yeah.
It's a DCR grant, so we'll get that around.
It says we've paid out 95, it's at 95% of the budget. So I always, if it's, that's what I figured it would be. What I always do with this is, like, we're 2 months in to the budget, so I figure everything should be about 16.6.
Yeah, it should be like, if we were in a perfect world, it would be like about 17%.
Yeah, so
Okay.
anything too high, I always ask.
All right, we'll definitely follow up with those items.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the detailed income statement? All right. The next report is just the budget amendments that we've done year to date that had a financial statement impact. But we did not have any in August. Okay, moving on to the reserve analysis. On the general fund, we have a $893,000 unreserved cash balance. That's a $46,000 decrease from July. The projected, it decreased by $46,000 as well. It's at $50,000. On the water department, the unreserved cash balance is $547,000. That only changed $1,000 from July. And then the projected at $32,000, there was no change from July. On the sewer department, the unreserved cash balance was a negative $460,000. That's a $34,000 decrease from July. And then the projected, showing a shortage at $1,250,000. 22, that was no change from July. And on the electric department, we had a $498,000 decrease, taking our unreserved cash balance to a 1.5 million negative. And most of that is timing. I don't know if you recall, every once in a while we'll have two A&P payments hit in the same month. So last month we didn't really have one, and this month we had two. So now year to date we're caught back up. And then that was offset by the August net income of, I think it was $237,000. The projected is a negative 3.9, and that's a $359,000 decrease from July. And, some of this is going to turn around when we get that funding. Any questions on the detailed bank balances? We are still looking into the pop-up Richlands question from last month. I was thinking I had some notes, maybe when Jason was still here, we had looked into it, and still trying to figure out where we left off there. Initial thought is we could bring it back into the general fund balance, and would no longer need to track it separate. But there was 2 or 3 parties involved in that, and we were just trying to make sure everything finished out like it was supposed to. And then the last schedule is the loan balances and maturity dates, and we've got the Tobacco Commission loan, the Small Business Financing Authority. We've already started making payments on that. I think we've made 2 so far. We added, I don't know if this was on here last time. I think the second line, that's the trash truck, the 284,588. We used the First Bank and Trust Note 1 for that. I think those were the only changes for this month on the loan balances.
How are we doing with the grapple truck? I know we have that dollar we set aside every month. Has that been impactful, or how are we utilizing?
The grapple truck is the one that says NCL Government Capital. We used the $30,000 from the first year or two of that fee to make the down payment, and then we're going to have an annual payment after that. So the $227 was the total amount. We paid $30, so we're at $197. We won't make another payment, I think, until sometime in the spring of next year.
And how much of that will be covered by this? How short are we? What are we going to have to make up?
I think it's going to be, the payment's going to be $48 a year, $48,000.
And we bring in approximately $36,000? Does that sound right? 3,000 people times 12?
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay, so 12K. Okay.
We'll be somewhat close. We won't be spot on, but we'll be somewhat close.
Okay, awesome.
I mean, that was kind of the thought when we did that fee.
Yeah, we would have lasted one more year. We've been spot on. It's okay, though. We'll get there.
All right, well, that's all I had as far as my review, unless anybody has any other questions.
Anyone have questions for Ronnie? Additional questions? Anyone? Thank you, Ronnie. We're on Revenue 11. Mike, attorney report.
I don't have anything additional. I know we'll talk in executive session, and then, of course, the ordinance changed, but nothing additional for me.
Thank you, sir. Ron, Revenue number 12, Town Manager report. Yes, sir.
Congressionally directed funding, it's frozen right now. And it'll be frozen until federal government opens back up. So
Okay.
there's not a lot to update on that. I don't know when we'll receive that congressionally directed funding. And that was money for flood mitigation and public safety tools and equipment. The urgent need funding, that was the $5 million pot of DHCD funds that were made available by the state. We were successful in pulling down about $480,000. You said it on that phone call. We're
Yes.
at a 120-day period where we have to work our budget out and get it back to DHCD. So once we submit to them an approved budget, we'll be able to start pulling that funding down. So we anticipate that'll be in the next few months.
Ron, would you mind explaining? I had people ask me about this who had seen the agenda, what urgent need funding is.
So there were certain categories of there was a pot of funding that was created by HUD. They took HUD money and brought that over to DHCD at the state level, on the heels of the February floods. That $5 million was, I think there was like 22 localities and counties in total that could apply for that funding. We were successful. We asked for a considerable amount. We were successful in pulling down, I think it was around $300,000 of funding. So right now we're buying a generator. One of our generator sites, it's old, and we want to make sure that our wastewater plant has the ability to operate in an emergency. So we're going to replace the 30-some-year-old generator that we have there. We're going to buy radios, new radio equipment, digital radio equipment for our fire and rescue vehicles. We were initially going to buy STARS radios. We ran into a lot of issues with that, so we kind of switched gears, and we're going to allocate that money to a new digital radio purchase for fire and rescue to completely outfit everything that we have left on the table. We were also given $175,000 in debris removal money. However, there are so many issues that we've run into with environmentals. It could stretch that process out to years, and we have 12 months to spend that money. So we're going to shift gears and try to allocate that money to some other areas. But again, it's kind of a fluid situation. We're continuing to work with Cumberland Plateau, who is administering a grant for us. Once there's a final version of the budget that we're going to submit back, I'll report that back to council.
Thank you. Thanks for explaining that. I had people who asked me what urgent need me, and I explained it's about the severity of the natural disasters we've had.
And I left one major one out. So we're going to remove all of our internet communications and radio communications equipment from the PD. We almost lost it with this last flood. We were literally inches from losing it. So we're going to relocate to another area in town. So that was around $100,000 for that relocation.
Do you know where that will be?
I would prefer not to say. I'll get with you offline because it's critical. It's critical for infrastructure.
Did we get like quotes on moving it?
I'm sorry.
Not yet. We will.
That's going to be expensive.
Once we hammer out the budget, and we can take some of that 175 that was going to be allocated to debris removal and put it in that pot if we need to.
That probably needs to be done on like a weekend as well. Like that. Yeah, that's going to be major timing. Yeah, that's not easy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything else, Ron?
That's it for me.
Okay. Let's move on.
Actually, if I could.
Yes, please.
I really appreciate council's calls. I experienced a loss in my family. It was hard, still hard. And many of you called me, you texted me, you sent a really nice card and some flowers to my family. That meant a lot in a tough time. So I want to thank our staff for supporting me this past week, and for council and your concern that you shown, not just me, but my family. Thank you for that.
You have our deepest condolences. Roman numeral 13, council member reports. Laura?
I just have one quick thing. A couple days ago, a former council member was telling the public that during COVID, our employees did not show up to work. I know that our employees were not happy with that and wanted all of us to know that that is not true, that they did work during COVID. Sanitation department, they were still picking up trash and had their masks and had to wear extra additional things. So thankful for them that they did not stop working, and for the general public, our workers continue to work. Sorry, I had to say that. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Laura. Jan? Okay. Jordan? We have an MOU here.
Oh, we do. You want me to start with the MOU? Would that be
Wherever
easiest
you
on
want to
everybody?
start.
Sure. So let's start with the MOU. I don't have it in front of me, but essentially, oh, there we go. Look at that. So hopefully you all got a copy of this through.
Just now.
Oh, okay.
It was here. I don't believe we had it in the cab packet, did we?
We did not.
Okay,
I'll break it
just
down.
now.
And then if we don't want to,
My apologies. My intention was, and Jordan and I talked about this, I was supposed to get with all of our members offline last week and give you a copy and bring you up to
Understandable.
speed. But so he's kind of going off the fly here. So
well, that's okay. That's okay. We can rock.
Understandable.
So we were approached about 2 months ago by the athletic director up at the college over at the rec park. Gave us an MOU. We're interested in using our basketball section of the rec park to practice softball and baseball pitching through the colder times. We went through there, met with the committee. I even actually reached out to the athletic director, super helpful, super nice guy. Proposed a few things we needed to do. As you all can see, I'll go over this. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them. If not, I'll lean on Mike. The big thing is we did discuss payment. Want to make sure that's out there. They don't pay to use any of their facilities that I'm aware of. That's from the horse's mouth. However, in like payment, I was able to negotiate them putting on clinics for our 2 leagues that we run. So we run a volleyball league and a basketball league at the town, and then it's also written here that they will offer it to the 2 leagues that use their facilities, which is baseball as well as soccer. They will also agree to put on 2 coaches clinics a year, so that will be 1 for basketball and 1 for volleyball. That's a big deal. It's really good if you're going to have these people coaching kids to hear from people who do this for a living. Very beneficial. And then also, these camps are not cheap. So as long as you provide this access, I'm elated on it. More to the details of it, we have right of refusal, so we can let them know at short notice, hey, we have to have this gym today. Mike, you might have to help me with the dates in here, but we did try to capture winter break for the students when Tazewell County Public Schools is out for the Christmas break. We want to make sure that they can go to the rec park and spend the whole day and not be held up by pitching inside. We have a list of how they're supposed to do things. I mean, you all can go over and see if you have any concerns, but essentially it's 8 to 3. Kids will be in school during that time, so I'm not too concerned about that, nor was the committee. We went through here and say how they need to handle their gear, where they need to store it, et cetera, et cetera. And if y'all have any questions, just let me know.
Thank you, Jordan.
I have a question.
Sure. Where we at?
It says that they will operate between the hours of 8 and 3. We don't start till 11, do we?
The rec park does not open to the public till 11, but we do have workers over there.
Employees there?
Yes.
Council wishes to act on this. Would like to read it?
I
Jordan,
will.
what is your preference?
So I will say that they did approach us 2 months ago, and by the time the committee met, by the time we got everything going, we did kind of drag it out a little bit. So I would like to do this tonight, but if no one is ready, that is not going to upset me in any capacity.
What is council's wish?
And if I could, before.
Sure.
Before, yeah, I do think these are tremendous opportunities for these camps. I've been a rec person. I've coached baseball for almost 9 years with Little League when my son came up. And these are expensive camps. So while they're not paying us, these are you're creating opportunities for kids, especially come from low-income families, to have opportunities that they probably otherwise wouldn't have with college-level athletes and coaches. I think it's important to emphasize that. Also, Southwest has been a really good partner to us. Going back to the floods, they sent down volunteers to hand out items in our communities. This was all week long as we were doing it in the PD. They donated two of their semi-trucks and their operators to take excess items to other places, so we didn't have a lot of things spoil or go to waste down there. So, this isn't a request from an entity that really doesn't do things. They do. They're very community-oriented. They show up to our Halloween event. They show up to our safety day. They're very engaged in the things that are happening in Richlands, so they're a good partner. I just wanted to add that.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Will the public be allowed in at the same time that, because I guess where I'm going with it is my hesitation is that we're going to shut our own rec park down to our own citizens and not.
Yeah, I think those specific areas, obviously where they're pitching at and catching, it's not going to be a safe area for the public. I will say that those are not, very utilized during those times of the day. Other parts of the rec area are gym, different facets of the rec park are used this time of the day. That's not a time where we see a lot of folks that are coming in because of school and other activities are going on during that time. We don't see a lot of folks in those areas during that time. So I don't think it's going to be overly impactful to people that have used it in the past. I just don't see that being a problem.
It's just hard for me with we're carrying the expense of it. And not going to lie, I don't think the town of Richlands has any business signing any more flipping contracts with other people. for our property is what I'm saying. But if there was some sort of financial agreement, or it just, I don't know, I guess just shutting it off to the public for the college is.
We're not shutting it off. That specific area where they're pitching at, you would, obviously. One side of the gym it should be. Yeah.
So it's not the whole gym?
It's not the whole gym, is it?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, there's hardly anybody over there. If you wanted, you can pull the curtain and you could play. I don't know if anybody's going to play basketball. I would guess maybe pickleball over there during the day. Maybe.
You have a divider in there, don't you?
There is. Now,
I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And I don't see them, I don't think it's going to be something that they use every single day either.
Now, they didn't say that. I don't know how often they plan.
Frequency, they didn't indicate to it.
I'd imagine they would use it quite
I'm
a
assuming
bit.
that, do we have an out that we can terminate this at any time?
Yeah, you can even tell them you can't come today when they show up. I mean,
So I just,
yeah.
with all of that, and if it becomes a problem, I think we could terminate it quickly. But, I know Coach McMillan very well. He's baseball coach at the college. And they lost their indoor facility before this season started. It's been a very tough thing for them to have to deal with. So I know that this is something that they need. And, the town does receive a financial impact from the college being there, and all of you will not believe how many people are coming here from all over the place. So they rent apartments, they eat in our restaurants, they buy food in our stores. They're here in our community, and I think I don't have any issue with it. Once Jordan was able to explain to me what they were wanting and what it was for, I don't have any issue with the MOU. If you want to make the motion, I'll second it for you.
I will make the motion to direct Town Manager Holt to sign the MOU with Southwest Virginia Community College for utilizing the rec park for baseball and softball pitching.
I'll second that.
There's a motion made by Jordan, seconded by Seth, to adopt the MOU by and between the town of Richlands and Southwest Virginia Community College. Is there any discussion on this motion?
I'm going to vote no, and I just want to explain why. It's just, we literally just got this tonight, so I have not had a moment to digest this. And just my knee-jerk reaction is I don't want to put the burden, the financial burden onto the citizens of renting out, like MOUing out the rec park Monday through Friday from 8 to 3. If I had more time to think about it, my answer might be different, but we literally just got this tonight, so I haven't had time to really digest it.
Thank you. Any other, any other discussion on this motion,
Who's
Gary?
organizing these events in time, right?
Are you asking about the clinics, or are you asking about like when they show up?
When they show up.
It'll be, I would imagine, the recreation director and the assistant director mostly is the POC for us, and then the athletic director from the community college will be who contacts
We
them.
have that option of saying no, we've got something else.
Absolutely. Like perfect example is if school closes, they're not going to be able to come down there because tons of kids flock down there on snow days. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Any other discussion?
If this were, because I want to give you the benefit of the doubt, so if we were to do this for a couple months and we're seeing that citizens are not happy or
Having access.
Yeah. Is everybody amenable to nixing it if we see that it's an issue?
I think we should.
Is there any time limit on this thing, Jordan?
I think it said 30 days. We can end it with 30 days
Notice,
notice.
okay.
Urge the attorney.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
It's a year.
I didn't
The
know.
MOU's for a year.
But we can, either side can
Well, if
terminate
it's
at any
saying that
time.
We can tell them when they can't come.
Does it say
All we
that
got to do
here,
is just say,
Jordan?
you
Can't come anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very simple.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure they're open
Here
to
it
it
is.
as well. Yep.
Period of 1 year commencing October the 1st, ending September 30th, 2026. Either party may terminate this agreement by providing 30 days written notice to the other party. It's right here on the page 3, section 7 terms.
And this
Of
doesn't
this.
just automatically renew, this is,
And then Jordan asked me, may I read it?
Yes, please.
All right, just to be clear here.
Yeah, it
Section
just
4,
says it
facility use
ends
conditions. The college may
September
use
30,
facilities on
2026.
days with the Richlands
It doesn't
Rec Park
have an
is open for
automatic
normal
renew
operations. This agreement only applies to the Rec Park Gymnasium only, does not extend to any exterior fields or facilities. I'm reading it for the first time, too. It's okay. The college agrees to place mats under all pitchers and catchers during, that's their responsibility during practices or games to prevent gym floor damage. Big deal. That was a gift to this town from people, okay? That was a gift from private citizens, that floor. Here we go. The college agrees to store equipment in a mutually agreed upon location designated by the town. That's up to whatever. All right, the town reserves the right to cancel use of the facility anytime without notice. However, the town will, that sort of negates what I'm reading over here. Reserves the right to cancel use of the facility at any time without notice. However, the town will make reasonable efforts to provide notice of such cancellation by 24 to 48 hours. That's just for the cancel the practice.
I would imagine if we can say you can't practice for the next 5 months, that also would apply. I don't want to do that. I feel like this will not be a problem. I really don't.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand this
Yeah.
language and that language.
Yeah, that's going to have to be a Mike thing.
It's like counterintuitive to me.
That's what I know. And
Mike?
It says it terminates on September, if I'm reading that correctly, September 30th, 2026.
Yes. And then over here, Mike, on page 2, section 4, facilities conditions, the language says, go back up there to section 4, please. Last sentence, the town reserves the right to cancel use of the facility. That's a broad thing. For a day, for a month, for the whole thing, at any time without notice. However, the town will make reasonable efforts to provide notice of such cancellation by 24 to 48 hours notice. I think that means daily use, but it doesn't really say that.
I'm good with leaving it open-ended.
I'm just saying, whatever. Not to argue it, I'd support it, but I'm just telling you what I think.
I do have another question. So on up here on this page, it says section 5, that the dates will be October 1st to December 19th and January 1 to May 31st. But then it says the term of the contract ends September 30th. Can the contract end May 31st if that's the end of their?
I think the reason they may be in playoffs, they may, I don't know. I guess maybe allowing whatever's going to happen. But if we have a bunch of kids there for summer and spring, we can just say you can't come anyway.
That's not feasible during pool season. I can go ahead and tell whomever that, but they should be home, right? Like the college students should not be here during the summer, correct?
So can we change that to?
I mean, we could, I don't know. Like you
I don't
said,
think it's necessary if we can just tell them you can't come.
Yeah, if they wouldn't have the right to use it after that time, it would just be one of those things that I don't know if this is going to be something that we talk about doing every year. However, it's not an automatic renew, so it would be one of those things that they wouldn't have access to it until, or after May 31st.
But if it doesn't expire till September, that gets them through the first part of school coming back.
And I don't know when they talk about doing those clinics either. The clinics could be in sometime in the summer.
We didn't say the date.
Yeah.
They have to provide clinics. That is absolutely non-negotiable from me.
So if they were going to do that, if they were going to plan one in June or July or maybe even August or September for soccer,
That might be one.
then, yeah, that might be one of those things that we still have, you still have time to do this under the contract.
So there's a motion and a second before, am I correct, Amanda? We have a motion made by Jordan and seconded by Seth.
Yep.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion on this motion? My left, to my right. Hearing no further discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan? And Laura?
Yes.
Motion carries, it is unanimous. Thank you, council. You can deliver the good news. Okay. What else? What else you got?
Oh, I actually have actual comments. Okay. So we went over the cameras. We already did that. We handled it. I got numerous phone calls about them. We went over it. I'll point them to that video. Anybody that asked, that's where they're going to get pointed. I was asked about an update for the detour at the school. Do we have anything on that?
So you're talking about in front of Pizza Hut there?
Yeah.
We should be wrapped up there within the next week
Awesome.
No more than 2, but I really feel like we'll be done in the next week.
Awesome, awesome.
Good.
Yeah, town staff has worked hard to
Yeah.
get that wrapped up.
Very hard.
Absolutely. I was gonna ask how the parade went. I've heard mixed reviews. I was there, it seemed to go fine, but I've heard mixed reviews in terms of like logistics. Have you heard anything?
I had.
Oh, go ahead.
But I prefer to discuss it off council.
That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do.
Okay?
And then I was gonna ask, have we ordered a new trash truck? Like the next one? I know we just got a brand new one, but have we placed the order for the next new one?
No, I don't think.
Do we need to look at doing that, or, I mean, I don't know the lifespan on what we have.
Well, there's some other equipment that we probably need to order before a trash truck at this point.
Okay.
One being a pumper. We've really had some issues. The first of the year, I was asked about it from a council member, what do you think you can get out of that? I went and talked to one of our staff members. I said, probably another couple of years. It was just a few weeks, and we started having problems with it. So that probably would be what we need to order next
Okay.
ahead of the trash truck.
Yeah, the only reason
Talk
I'm,
about that closer to budget season.
Okay.
I did have just one comment. I don't know what you said you want to talk offline about the parade route. There was some comments about the length of it. It was
Mhm.
hard.
That's what I got
Of course,
too.
that wasn't an optimal route for us. It's a different.
That's what it had to be,
year.
yeah.
We hope we never have to do that again.
agreed. The other thing, the only reason I bring up the trash truck is, I know we just got our new one. We might want to consider, obviously, it sounds like we have some time, so no need to be rash about it tonight or anything. We should consider adding an additional $1 for that equipment as well in the future when the budget comes up. I think that would be wise as we bring one online. I think we run 3. Does anybody know? I think we run 3 trash trucks. As we bring them online, I would recommend that we look at adding $1 per. So I don't know how long a trash cut lasts, but I think that can only help adding that for the future. Similar to what we did with the grapple. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I wanted to make sure to say thank you for getting the basketball backboard replaced over at Critterville with their spare. For those who don't know, got busted about a month ago, and we finally were able to get the new one put in place that we had left over from last year. And then I've got tons of compliments on the brush truck following the trash truck, so that is a good idea. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Jordan. Okay, Rick is not here tonight. Gary?
Rod, I don't really have nothing to bring to, but I do want to ask Ron about any update where we're at on our bridge.
Yes, the timeline looks promising. I don't want to say it out loud because they
Right,
can't
I
commit
got
to it, but they are on track, at least from our conversations with the contractors, that it looks like it will happen, on time, on schedule, maybe even ahead of time. But again, I don't want to give anybody false hope. But it does look promising.
Well, I noticed they've been pouring concrete, so that's a good thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, that's all I need, Ron.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah?
Shoot. Oh, yes, trash truck. Golly, Moses, it's late. I talked to Jason Shepard this week. I've received a ton of phone calls about the leachate sewage that's just pouring out of the trash truck as they run through town. What happens is, if we have a rain, let's say the dumpsters get full and they get water in them, so then all that trash, and all that soup just gets stuck down in there. They dump it in the truck. The new trucks that we got didn't come with drain plugs. So what's happening is you can follow the trash truck all through town. But the problem is when you back into someone's nice commercial lot and then brown sludge just runs all over your parking lot, it's not appealing. So we had a discussion and we've come up with a way to fix that. He just texted me there earlier and said that, because we had another issue today with the river of brown sludge, and he texted me and said that they did come in, they're going to get them installed, so hopefully next week we won't have to deal with that anymore. And what they're going to do is maybe put like a valve or something on it so that they can pull to an area where it's not going to be running through the middle of town and drain that off.
Yeah, I wasn't, and I didn't even realize that they could install those.
Yeah.
Because I've had other complaints about it in the past.
Well, I knew that you didn't, and you were out when we had this come
So,
up.
so, as long as they're, and I'm gonna make sure with Jason that they're actually letting that, because that's a feature that doesn't allow that water to sit
Yes.
and eat our trucks out. So as long as staff, and I'm gonna, make sure with him that they're doing that regularly. because those trucks are built to drain. So it doesn't eat those, that compartment out. And I deal with the same thing in front of my house. I think I was even talking to Laura, like, I'm up there Friday mornings at my house spraying the road off because my house sits on an incline and it drains right in front of it. So I get it. It's not pleasant. So if there's things that we can do, obviously we'll look at it, and I'll just make sure that staff's getting that water out regularly, because again,
Well, and-
we want our trucks to last.
If they put so my suggestion was, don't just put a plug in it, put a valve on it, so that you can, if you've got a valve that's accessible from the side of the truck, then all you got to do is turn the valve on, you can let it run out. The problem that we had before, the reason I know anything about this, is because our trash trucks weren't lasting very long before. The reason was they had plugs in them, but no one was spending the time that they needed. There was no maintenance. We weren't doing the proper maintenance on our equipment. I don't think that's an issue now. But they need to drain them and wash them out, basically on a daily basis. And I think they're on task with that. If you've seen it or if you've gotten a call about it, it is terrible. I can show y'all pictures. It's bad. Yeah, and so this will help us keep our town cleaner, and it's a solution to a problem. Other than that, that's all that I had, but thankfully that problem should be resolved in the next week.
Thank you, Seth. Anyone else have comments from council? Laura, where'd you go? Ladies' room. All right, let's give it a 5-minute recess till she gets back. Thank you. Now, I have my comments and we'll move on. Thank you. And I'm so appreciative of that. And all the sponsors who supported it, thank you. That being said, he was talking about educational opportunities. These are small things, but they're big things. Everything matters. That being said, the next thing we have coming up, not a section house thing, but a town thing, Veterans Day. And I know Jan is working on it, and I've been working on it. Jan, you made contacts. He's Mr. Ray, what's his name? Jim Ray's going to do speaking. He's going to introduce the husbands and wives, right? And he didn't want a speaker, right? All right. And then she's made provisions for dinner to be served. Okay, that's what I understand. We talked briefly, and so we're going to have to get together this week. Jan and I will coordinate that with Susan. Anybody else who wants to join, it's not a closed committee; it's open. I want to thank Seth for making his building available. The Barnett and Cypress building, whatever, incubator building available for that event. It's important we have a place to have public events. Thank you. That being said, I've also made arrangements for JROTC to come to present the colors. I have to get back with them. I'll have, I think, students to come give the Pledge of Allegiance. These are involving people. Remember, this event is going to be on November the 10th at 5 o'clock. Is that right, Jan? All council is invited, obviously. It's a non-charge thing. It's for the veterans, and it'll be a very nice event at Seth's building. I call it, well, the incubator building, whatever. All right, and we're appreciative of that, Seth, and to everybody who's helping. So if you want to come join, please do, but you want to come celebrate the veterans, it's important. I was not a veteran. Anybody up here in this circle a veteran? Was your daddy a veteran? Was your daddy a veteran? Mine was. Was your dad? Was your dad? Well, I'm the only one up here. I'll claim my dad. But anyway, it's okay. But I'm not. It's just one of millions of sons of people who served, and I'm grateful for that. I could tell you all about it, but we don't have time for that. I'm appreciative. Thank you, Jan and Laura. I know you like to do these things. Why don't you come and help? Thank you, everybody. Well, we all always need help. You can serve. Okay. Next. If you've noticed in front of the section house, we have a Virginia 250 sign. And I want to thank A.J. Robinson for providing that. We are a Virginia 250 site in this town, and because you had these people from these prestigious places to come, it was an easy thing to do. And we hope to get some grant money, A.J., if you're listening, from Virginia 250. And Susan isn't here. She's trying to coordinate that to help us with things in this town to celebrate, which is next year. And I'm so grateful for our men and women who serve this town, who saved this young man's life. I know the family, and I'm touched by that, and how close we are, just like that. And I'm grateful for the help. And I'll look at one of our officers back there and say thank you, and to all the people who are around you and surround you, thank you, and thank you. Thank you. Halloween. The times for that are October 31st from, what is it? We made a motion.
I don't remember. I think it's
was it
5:30.
5:30 to 8?
Yeah.
So everybody get prepared. And if you talk about spooky ghosts, I'll tell you. I don't know. I know ghost stories. I can't tell them. They're not appropriate. Let's get appropriate, okay? Now, anybody else have anything to say before we go into executive session?
Are you going to tell the ghost stories at the ghost club?
We haven't planned one.
Oh, no.
No. Susan talked about that, and we haven't planned one. It's going to take a lot of coordination. She asked about it, and I know last year Keisha did that, and we're glad to participate as a section house, but we just can't do it all. And so I told her what I really think. Unless you got people to do all this, it's a lot. And so I suggest we think ahead next year, maybe get a little help. Moving on, realistically.
Mayor, did we want to keep that next meeting on November the 11th, which is on the holiday? Is that council's desire?
We have had it before, if that is the desire of council, whatever council wishes. But that night, the 10th, just so you'll know, is the veteran celebration that we're having for the town. It's a Monday. Now, I'm just telling you, you don't have to do what we did in the past, council, but we have had meetings in the past, because I remember being elected and coming up here to a meeting wondering, did I win or lose? You don't forget those things. It's a nail biter every single time. What does council want? Just keep it?
I
Keep
I'd say keep
it. I think keep it. All right, good to go. Thank you, Ron. Anybody else with questions about procedure, whatever? All right, moving on. Let's go. We are on to Roman numeral 15. Executive closed session. I'm going to read these as best I can. I have wrote some in. So we've got Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations for the debris removal, RFP, for the energy consultant, same code, RFP, I guess, is that right, RFP? And also the utility attorney and RFP. That's that one. Then we have Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8, which is consultation with legal counsel for the PSA discussion. Is there a motion to go into executive session? Jen makes the motion. Gary has a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we have a roll call vote.
Okay, Seth? Gary? Jordan?
Yes.
Jan? And Laura?
Yes.
Motion carries. May I ask that we do it in here? It is so
that nothing was discussed in executive session other than Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations for RFP for degree removal, contract negotiations for energy consultant, RFP, and contract negotiations for the utility attorney, RFP, and Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8.
Consultation with legal counsel for the PSA discussion. And an aye vote means that nothing was discussed other than those particular topics. Motion. Gary makes the motion. Is there a second? Jan has a second. Any discussion of this motion to certify?
Leave the rest of them sleep.
Here, no discussion. Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan? Laura?
Yes.
Any further business? Seth, you had business?
Yes. Chief Holt, I've gotten multiple calls this week about what seems to be an increasing problem with homeless in our community. And my response has been, it's not a crime to be homeless. But the issue is we have people that are building encampments under our bridges, and I know personally that we've found them breaking in to a shed on a property and camping in there. So we did some additional things, secure that, so they couldn't do that anymore. But what can we do? You know, I don't know what to tell people when they call and ask me. How do you want us to handle? What can we do?
You know, and we've discussed this, just briefly in the past, and we've taken some calls about folks spending time under our bridge. I'd encourage, if you see that, call 911. Respectfully, we ask those people to move on. The last one I actually went with Deputy Chief Kraus, the last call that we had that I'm aware of, was a gentleman under the bridge at Hardee's. We bought him a meal. We told him, hey, we're sorry, we're not trying to be heartless here, but you have to go. You can't. This is a public right of way. It's not safe. And he understood. Again, sent him on his way. Outside of regulating what people can do on public property, which you can't sleep on public property. We can do that. We set times for our parks already that you can't be in the overnight hours. So, we get it. It's unsettling, but we're very limited in what we can do from a local government perspective, other than dictate what people do on government property, public property.
I would just echo that, like, maybe, I don't know, is it like, say you can't camp on public property, because they do break into the Critterville bathroom all the time and demolish it. Like, I mean, it's a problem.
That's been less of a problem than the last year.
Yeah, but for reasons.
With
but
the cameras,
yeah. I do think we should just make, I mean, I don't know anything about this, but maybe you're not allowed to camp in town limits, be my guess.
Well, on public.
Yeah, of course. What we can say, can't.
What I would ask is, do you mind coming back with some recommendations? Maybe at our next meeting, just say, hey, here's a list of things that you could do. I know this is being done in other communities, and I certainly don't want to be heartless to someone, but at the same time, I feel like I've received multiple calls every week about it.
Yeah, and we're not unique in Richlands. Well, we're experiencing a homeless epidemic all throughout the country. There's a lot of folks that are attributing it to the mental health crisis that we experienced in COVID. There was a lot of addiction and mental health issues that went unaddressed for those 3 or 4 years, and you're seeing some of the issues related to that now on the heels of it. The gentleman that we talked to week before last, he was from Alabama. I mean, he wasn't from this area. He was not even from Virginia or this region. And we're seeing that all again, not just in Richlands, but all across Tazewell County. Bluefield, especially in their, being in close proximity to an interstate, lots of homeless folks in Bluefield. And you can also, panhandling, we currently have a panhandling ordinance that we have to look. If we don't have a panhandling, I don't recall us having a panhandling ordinance. But, that's an issue. People with the signs out trying to, so in Bluefield, they adopted a panhandling ordinance to try to put, keep on going. We don't let you beg for money here, unfortunately. Again, that sounds heartless, but that's an option.
Yeah. And I don't, and again, I hope you understand where I'm coming from. It's just that there's a lot of concern, and also we're getting ready to enter into colder months. And that is a bigger concern too about breaking and entering and different things. So if we can look at this in November, look at something about addressing it, I would appreciate any suggestions or ideas that you have. And I think the panhandling, I want to mention that too. I think that's, if we're going to do this, let's do it all at one time. I think it's a smart move.
Good,
Thank you.
it's a human thing, very much so. Okay, any other business? I have one small thing. I would entertain a motion to authorize Town Manager Holt to buy a new eagle for our flag with 2 wings. Is there a motion to such, please? Barb makes the motion. Is there a second? Gary has a second. Any discussion on this motion? All in favor of buying a new eagle, authorizing the manager, a nice one, please. All right, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So,
Barb makes the motion. Is there a second? Seth has a second. All in favor, say aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Adjourned. Done. Thank you.
I don't